show should be on. So just remember there's a button under here if you want to turn it off in between things. That way
But it's currently.
people on the live stream can hear. Dakota, what's going on? Okay. You guys need anything at the moment? Anyone?
That should be good.
I actually had to come over just to check with you guys. You guys are good.
If you want to help hand out ribbons, you're more than welcome to.
Well, I got this, and then the other two I think are going over to the dairy show, so
Okay.
I got to figure out something to do.
Well, I mean, we do need somebody to hand out ribbons, so.
Okay, I can help out with that.
Have the crown. When did they start doing the king thing here?
We've done it a few years.
Yeah.
We didn't have one last year.
That's awesome. I wish I could have been.
I think he's the third one. We did the third one.
Really? Cool.
All right, he's ready.
All right. So just push on these there.
All right, just champion reserve. We don't do blues and reds, right? Perfect. All right. All right, so let's give a big round of applause for our senior showmanship. I gave a little bit of tips for the seniors to go back and continue to improve their showmanship. I told them to keep that secret so that way intermediates and juniors have the same contest experience. Today, our showmanship winner is the person that had the most organized presentation and did some of those handling techniques the correct way. Our champion today is going to be the lady with the Flemish Giant, and our reserve champion, the young lady with the champagne.
You have the names there? Do you want
Want me to say who's up?
We should say who won.
Oh,
Do you have the names of who won?
Madeline Wessel's one.
Do you feel comfortable talking on this? No.
what did we have? Who was that? Madeline Bustles.
Six for this class.
Five. I have five. Six?
She moved up.
Oh, she. Okay.
Because she
I
won.
didn't know that one. Gotcha.
Okay. So you wrote it down?
Yep.
Or- Well, you meant that's the reserve, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you want me to? I just don't have the names in front of me. So. Okay. Congratulations to Madeline Wessels for champion senior showman, and then reserve champion Lily Krogman of Starmont FFA. Congratulations, we're starting the intermediate showman. We're gonna have the junior showman on deck and ready. And just keep in mind, kids, you can learn a lot from just watching these presentations as you go through. That's usually why we start with senior showman before the intermediate and the juniors. Okay, something like that. Do you have an extra pen at all?
You just gotta hold it. So green, I think yellow means muted.
Okay.
So, because the green means it is live.
Okay.
So, just right under that pillow.
Have one idea I had is you can maybe hold the mic up to them and they can just say their name
We should do something else.
and just go green.
Okay.
Because that's on the ring. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
If I call you as the reserve champion, you're going to say your name and the breed of your rabbit. Okay, so I have that ready. Cool. All right, let's give a big round of applause for our intermediate showmanship. They did an excellent job of having lots of information for me today, and it's a really tough decision. They didn't make it easy on me. So our reserve champion and our grand champion just stood out just a little bit based on some of those communication skills, and were just a little bit more organized in their presentation. Today, our reserve champion is the young lady with the Flemish Giant.
Abby and a Flemish Giant.
And our champion today is the young gentleman with the Havana.
Connor Meyer, Black Havana.
Yeah, that was.
Make it special.
Yeah. Do they know their stuff or no? What? Do they know their stuff or no?
I guess we're good.
Yeah. He's like Connor.
Now let's get the juniors for painting.
Well, yesterday my junior was like the all-star showman. Like went right through the harvest sheet, was like bam, bam, bam.
We have enough. So now, remove the scale.
All right, we're going to get started with junior showman. For your intermediate showman, again, your champion went to Connor Meyer of Mallory Minks, and the reserve champion, Abigail Wessels with Starmont FFA. Congratulations. So when I say those, well, I didn't know if they ever make poll. Is there like a Clayton County Forge Facebook page or something like that? Or I thought that'd be kind of, I don't know if you do like a little post along the way, but oh, the animals are getting checked in today. You know what I mean? Little dorky posts.
So the dog project has their own page, and they post a lot of
Oh,
like practice stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't because I figure it's just as kids. I don't know how freaked out people get about it. It's like, I mean, yeah, when some parents would be like, oh, you know, they got a picture of our
Right,
teacher,"
like, how
and then
cool.
other ones would say, we never gave you permission for that.
Do they have to sign any releases with 4-H for that now?
When they sign up for touring.
Okay. That's what I thought. Because, yeah, it just makes it so much harder when people are like, no, you can't post pictures of that. Because then, like, people taking pictures have to, like, remember, like, oh, can't take a picture of that group.
Do you guys want chairs? We could probably find you some more, or you find. You know where we have that shares? Maybe like a big.
If there's any extra up there.
There's no extras up there.
Um, is it wet?
You wanna, yeah, so you wanna wake it up. There's Clorox ones.
If there's any in the cut at the end of the ring and the other end of the ring. Yeah.
I think he's stealing the one from the live stream table. Nobody's sitting there anyway.
Okay, well, it's not there anymore.
That's what I say. He could stand.
From the announcer guy. He's not like on the live or anything.
So that
He's not really. So then that'll be on the radio website. Where can we find
Okay, that's
that?
why I said this. I'm like, where does it even
That's
live
kinda
stream
cool.
to?
Remember, I was the first one to judge in this arena. It's been like, what, 5 or 6 years ago? Right?
Yeah, I said this wasn't a thing when I was still in.
The pig show was like later that day or the next day. So it was like, because a lot of the pig people, I think, came from this.
It started in the old building, small.
Yes, yeah, I say this is so nice compared to what we our little shack we had. It was dark in there, and then like you have room, like you can bring your stuff out and put them in like these cages. Versus like there was that tiny little walkway that everybody was just like standing there, like trying to like hold your cage. And
My first year of 4-H, my club was so small that, there's like the area between the sheep and then the rabbits, there was like a few stalls there. I mean, eventually the sheep filled that area in, but
Yeah.
we had our cows there that year.
well,
It was
even like
it was the only year we ever did that.
yeah, the setup for where we kept the rabbits and like the poultry and everything when I was in that was getting rough by the end of it.
Got a little bluebird over here, a little lady with her.
The press, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. That way.
She's a character.
Do we want to have them take pictures of each champ? Like, I guess we don't have a photographer. She might be one of the photographers, but I don't know if they're having a show right there.
Yeah, I think the like photo back backdrop for champions and that kind of stuff, or just whoever. It's a nice addition also. Just something a little nicer to have. What?
Do they have a table sitting?
No. But
Well, Tracy used to bring that.
I think it'll be fine just over rabbits, but yeah,
yeah,
I can bring
that's what I
a,
say. That's because
I can bring a show table.
I just say
They're rabbits, right?
one came up on Facebook from eons ago from ours, and yeah, it's literally just us in front of the barn, just holding them and like trying to hold all of our stuff. So,
Smart. Make the princess a king. Hold your banner.
yeah,
And then you got that.
picture.
It's not as good as much sawdust in the rain for the last.
It might get thicker as the week goes too. I don't know.
Add it on as you need it.
Germs thought we swept away the sawdust in front of the table. How would you ever do that? It's like, I don't remember it ever being swept away for production.
And if it's dusty, we can always water it down. But I think humidity today, that
That's what
It's not too
yesterday.
bad.
It's super dusty. It's like humidity is like, ugh.
So it's the bank arena. All the banks. When do you guys turn the lights, these fancy lights?
Yeah, I
That just started.
I see Deb had a picture on them last night. They had them on later.
Like, you
had
have
it up
those
there for
on,
a
yeah,
wedding.
were they on in the evenings?
I don't know how late
I
they
think that'll
turned,
make it
like how late it was. I just saw it this
when they
morning.
do turn.
Where's the switch to turn them on?
Probably.
Probably one of the.
I mean, it's probably bright enough. Yeah, but I think it looks good.
They're just fun.
it was not for me.
How far are we down there?
I don't have any service here. I don't know if I'll. What's it?
This is,
The pigs.
oh, really? 11 at night?
Yeah. I say
Like, do they
sometimes.
start that much later and then it goes after this or what? Oh, it's last night.
We did move it up.
Did I say was it 5 or 4:30?
We start 5.
Why do they
I don't think that half hour made that much.
Oh no.
I wonder why they do that. Or why'd you move the pigs to be the first one? Just to get it over with?
They wanted to be at night. And so last night, the meetings went out. Sold it privately.
So Wednesday with the food booths and everything, was that the booths themselves' decision not to be open at all on Wednesday, or was it like a? Okay, because I've had a lot of people make comment about that so far.
The Tribute was open during lunch.
Okay.
Because we had to feed the horse people. But yeah, I think, I don't know if they left at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I don't know.
Because yeah, I say there's people that came up even to like set up in the commercial hall, and they were like, yeah, we're gonna go set our stuff up in the commercial hall, and like we went up and nothing was open, and you know like by the time they got up there, like the commodity meal was running out, or like they didn't have time to wait for the commodity meal because they were kind of like drop and go, but they're like, yeah, we figured, oh, we'll just eat up there, and then like nobody had food. So yeah, that's yeah, I didn't know if it was like the booths decided not to be, or if like Fairboard or somebody said like, no, you guys aren't being open on Wednesday.
Never open.
That's I say it's somebody. That's what Deb posted from last night. It's the mood lighting.
When are the open show things? July?
For open class.
Yeah.
I think like end of July,
And that's all.
and they'll still take them after that. It's just like if you do it by like a certain date in July, you get like the
So
discounted.
how do you sign up for that?
They have just like a registration, yeah, that's in the fair book on the website, that kind of stuff. Otherwise, like anymore, when I've done
I didn't
stuff,
know if
like I
there's
just
like
email her usually,
Oh, you
and
have to
she
like
fills
sign
it
up
out.
online or something like that.
Yeah, you can mail it in, you can drop it off at the office. But yeah, you can sign up, like you could bring it the day of, like on Wednesday or whatever, and sign stuff up if you wanted to. It just they charge a little more for the entry.
I love this class.
Yeah.
Any other years?
Yeah, usually anytime like they put like the fair books out at like all the banks and stuff, they'll have like slips in there with them or like extra forms that you can like handwrite out it. It's like carbon copied, so you have extras.
Everybody brings all their rabbits up right away. Why would you do that?
Just to have it ready, I guess.
Because we chill has. So why would you bring
They
your
really don't.
pretty
If it's a hotter year, I probably wouldn't do that. I would just leave them on class by class. But
Although then you wouldn't get crummy scissors.
yeah.
That's probably why.
Well, this is about to get more interesting as we. Yeah. So I think what we'll do is we should line up like we'll do the individual fryers and the fryer pens first, and then we'll do.
We have wheat parts for them?
Yep. Yeah, I got 'em. And I know this is broken, and this is like, got them down.
And then like we'll do the roasters, there's individual, and then we'll probably do those. So we could probably actually do the first three classes. We'll do the fryers, individual roasters,
So bring all
all three of these up, and I'll do the other two. Yeah, there's no roaster.
As long as you put an extra pen in between them.
Yep, and then
I don't even think we really started with many roasters. Most of those ended up there because they were just in the wrong class. I don't think anybody actually like signed up in that class hardly.
Too much.
Too heavy and too old.
Can't read the care book, apparently.
Well, the one gal had made the comment after we were like kind of checking, and she's just like, I think my mom read it wrong because she's like, I don't think they were ever supposed to be. They had them like as fryers or whatever, and it was so far off. She's like, I think we did it backwards. I was like, yeah.
That's why we check them in.
well, and it looks like this one. This is actually all just one.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because they print on
Split
there.
them up with.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine. All right. Okay, Junior, you should start the
So I really appreciate that you guys, made sure to think about, okay, what
they're entered in prior show.
The bandas are recognized in 5 categories.
Yeah, I say that's that one. Yeah, I say that's one that should have been.
I saw some guys scrubbing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was one that she got the big tail back.
Okay, or if your hands are small, do the mid lift. Okay? So these fingers are just here for support, we're not planning. Now the rabbit's really full. Nose to tail, check everything. Nose to teeth, chest, count the toenails, 1, 2, 3, 4, knee claw. Okay, and then you can say they make sure to match the right color. You go through the belly, you go through the back leg, check the sex, you say if it's a butt or a toe, check the tail, then you flip it over, and you go tip to tip again. Okay, so that's how you can get through all of your information against it. Okay, see if you can like jump around the rabbit like back and forth, you can flip it over, back and forth. Okay, so they see and it's organized and then I won't forget anything. Okay? But again, you guys all knew what a green rabbit was, you knew what the color was, okay, and I just
That's sound like I'm a lot of positive attributes.
thank you for being prepared. Alright? Since it was a large class, can I do an honorable mention? Give them like a purple ribbon or something? Because I know we don't have like a.
I say our purples are all champion.
Oh, okay. I can just do 2. That's fine. Yeah, I'll just do 2. Okay, if you get called as the champion research champion, you're going to say your name. Okay? All right, give a big round of applause for junior showmanship. All right, for everyone who joined us to support these kids and watch them show their projects, I know showmanship can take a while to get through, but this is an interview contest. So if you want a demonstration of a showmanship, we can do that at the very end of the show for anyone who's interested. But you can find the score sheet on arba.net. Go to Youth Contest, click Scholarship, and you can find the score sheet. So I, as a judge, kind of have that memorized, and as you're talking to me, I'm going through that score sheet in my head and saying, yes, you did that, or no, we didn't do that. Okay, a perfect showmanship is going to be able to go through that scorecard in order. Okay, we had some really prepared juniors. They knew their rabbits really well. They knew their colors really well. My reserve and grand champion were just 2 that did a really good job with the handling of the rabbits and went through their presentation in a very organized way. Today, our reserve champion had a silver martin.
Tim Gould.
And our very close champion today had a mini Rex.
Elamont.
All right, big round of applause for all of our juniors. They did excellent.
Thank you. And then,
So we can go
so
get the
champion was who?
line and bring them.
All right. I'm not as quick as Zach for judging, but I'll try to move somewhat quick.
You don't have to. I appreciate you took your time with that. All right, and then champion junior showman went to Ella Matt of the Mallory Minks. Reserve champion Tim Gold with the Wood Center Eagles. Congratulations. Now, kiddos, we're gonna get your individual fryers and your fryer pens lined up here, as well as your individual roasters. Okay, it looks like we have 3 entries in the fryer division, 1 fryer pen, and 3 individual roasters. So go ahead and bring those up. We'll have the stewards on deck then, okay?
Okay, these you need to do blue. Oh, and this will be champions too, right? So.
this fair, this is also kind of where we can slip in the crossbreeds as well, correct? So,
Champion again? What did you say champion? Patch those little windows. And the reserves just probably get a ribbon.
No roasters, so I can get them ready.
Did I have?
yeah, but if they want to line them up at the end of the table, that's good business.
I hope Brooklyn's already got company up there.
Let's use those first. Use these first? Yeah. Use those first. Unless we have something that has a reserve trophy that we can put in. I don't think anybody knows.
No. Should be an overgrowth.
Are the roaster pins supposed to be up there too?
Not yet. If you want to bring them up there, we can start.
And she's already got 3 up there, so
Okay.
I'll let her get
Yep.
3 down.
Are you looking for?
What?
Are you looking for?
I was just looking to see. These are like overall.
Do we have how the fair book? Is there like somewhere in there that has the fair book listing with like the rules?
Champion meat rabbit. Don't they get a banner?
Is it a banner? Because as I said, I don't see a champion for me. There's commercial breeds.
I think it's a banner.
All that weight ready for the classes.
Probably gotta
Yeah.
open them
So
up.
I see what we get.
And then I think because there'll be two pens, so we'll slide all the winners down here, and then we'll just, because then you'll have to do the grand wizard.
No, the sponsors on tag.
Let's see.
This is me. Little rock. Yep. Stands to show.
Yep.
You need blues and reds too.
Alright.
I don't know if he'll give any reds or not.
It should be muted. So yeah, just make sure there's like a button under here. Just make sure that gets turned on. Okay. Allegedly it's muted.
How
the
many
three.
were in the Friars? Three, so 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, so she had.
Oh, so the card probably says it. Oh, okay. Is roaster minimum 5 or 5.5? So 5 pounds, 11 ounces, we're over 5.5, so we're good. All right, we are into our first placement classes. So we started with our fryers. So individual fryers need to be between a certain weight range and age range. And we're primarily looking for the meat. So on our rabbits, we want a nice wide loin. That's our prime cut. We want it nice and deep. So how much is it coming up off the skeleton? And we want it firm. A firm rabbit means that it's going to be really tender when we go to process and cook it. Versus a really soft rabbit is going to feel tough and stringy when you go to eat it. We had 3 fryers. Our first fryer is our broken satin, and it's going to be getting a blue today. So awesome job to this exhibitor having a good rabbit there. Our other 2 rabbits, first with the blue is the broken satin. And then our other 2 rabbits, they do have some disqualifications on them. So we do have to go into the red category today. So let's give a round of applause for our fryer class, first, second, and then third. Okay, we have our pen of 3 that had satins. Again, because of the disqualifications, we do have to go to a red today with our pen of 3. In our roasters, we had 3 very nice roasters. These rabbits need to be 5 to 8 pounds. And the benefit of a roaster is that they should have more finished fur. So in our 100-point standard, we have a lot of the points towards the meat quality, but we also want the harvestable fur to be at its prime. So our rabbit that's best fitting that standard is going to go home with a first and a blue to this Californian right here. Our second will go to this young gentleman, and third will go to our smaller rabbit. It just needs to finish the fur to compete with our other 2 today. Let's give a big round of applause for our first round of market rabbits.
Yeah, I think that was.
Good. I figured white if it's like.
Okay, so we're gonna keep her up here, and then who's the pen of 3 can go back. Yep, so those are non-cards there. And then who is the first here? First place, move over here. Did you hand out those blues yet?
Did you guys get blues?
Yep. So
Gotcha.
when we do this, if you just want to just say blue, and then they'll. So every time when he's listing these, you just go down the list. Just listen to what ribbon placing he says.
Yeah, just put it like
And then, and Chrissy, I don't know if it's easier if that's individual.
For right now, go ahead.
Yeah.
Use your tag.
thank you.
I guess if that's how you want to do that.
You have to win a blue ribbon.
Okay.
Or which other rabbit?
All right, so now we're looking for the fryer pan. Did you get all those written down? There. That's where I think on this one, maybe we'll have you stand back behind there next time. But you can, no, you're doing fine. But when they do this next time, so on this, to eliminate this confusion so we can keep this moving slow, if you stand back there when he says blue, and then you can write down the ribbon placing, or if Christy wants to do that, just that, if that makes sense, you can see their exhibitor number. It'll make things go more smoothly. You're welcome to start looking at those then.
And this is a pen of 3 here.
Yep.
I need to find Lillian Krogman.
Do you have them?
Hey, these rabbits all look the same.
So you guys are done for a minute there. If you wanted to, yep. Sorry, that's a little confusing because okay. Right. Well, we can ask them if are they going to be all blues? But when I was a kid, they always just did. Does that make sense?
Individual stewards on the end.
They can line up there, yep. So do you have the placings, and I'll run those off?
I don't.
Okay. So you have all the placings?
Okay, what color did Lennox get?
Do what?
What color ribbon did Lennox get?
That's for the roasters.
Yep.
Colin.
Not as much, right? So if you have 3 rabbits that felt just like
I believe it was a blue.
Lillian Krogman.
Lillian Krogman.
Supposed to be up there. Unless I'm missing her.
Lillian Krogman, we need you up to the table. Lillian Krogman. Okay, so maybe this is the official book that you want things written in?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, one or the other.
She said showmanship over there. I got her rabbits. I have another kid
the rabbits.
showing her.
Okay, sounds good.
Showing
Thank
her
you.
rabbits.
Yep.
She's trying to show Gary.
Okay. So I just need so I can announce these at the end. I need somebody to write it either on your list would be helpful, or I can write them down too, just so I can go off the list. And did you have all the ribbon placings on those?
No,
ones?
I do not.
Okay,
I
so
was
Christy's doing
running around
that.
Getting everybody ready.
I'll show you the kid that's showing her rabbits. We need it.
Does that make sense? So we'll
Okay.
just have you on this side so you can read their numbers.
So I can bring they can bring Lillian's up.
Yep, there. She already has it up here. So okay, does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, so this guy first, or this lady first, this one second, and then our older girl had.
And this is the pen.
That was the pen, yep.
Okay, is that gonna be blue or?
So I guess there's a second pen? Or is that supposed to be in the fryer pen?
What do you have going on here?
These are ours. Lillian is roaster pen.
Yeah, this is.
Okay, because we don't have that in the program, so did that change? Is that already listed there?
Rebecca's individual steward.
Yeah.
Right here. Individual steward.
I mean, I'm.
So, okay. Where's
They're figuring out
who is
paperwork.
in the roaster pen division? Because there's only one. You just keep judging. Lillian was entered in there. So this kid's wasn't entered? Hers aren't entered in there?
Brooklyn are in the roaster.
Are these yours?
Okay, but we only have one listed, right?
Sorry, I just asked them.
Roaster pen.
Have you shown
Okay.
rabbits before, though?
Individual roasters.
Right. Because that was, we were done
Well,
with the
maybe
fryer
you should
steward.
start getting some
Okay,
rabbits.
so there are 2
huh?
pens.
Yeah, I think.
Okay,
You have to keep
so
showing them
this
each other.
rabbit, we'll just want to move that down towards the other sewers. And then
Slide them down as I
where,
go.
do you have a third rabbit?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm.
So I put that one. I put
Okay. So they're just out of order.
Okay, now,
Okay.
with this pen of 3, I appreciate that, we're challenging ourselves.
Okay, you got that?
You guys missed handing out trophies for our class.
For
We
which
still have
class?
the roaster, individual roaster.
She hasn't gone over those yet.
So what is she teaching?
I don't know. What are you, or was there a complaint or what's going on? Did you get your trophy yet for the?
I didn't get a trophy. I just got
Okay.
a blue ribbon.
Okay. So do this. Right. So this is your trophy, and this is your ribbon. Okay.
Okay, did Brooklyn get her
It was just
champion?
confusing because the one we couldn't hand that trophy out.
But I didn't hear him talk about that.
What class?
I think he did talk about it. Okay, do you have the official listing then for this or no?
Okay. What did he judge this group on?
Okay, that's where we weren't prepared for this. So this one, he was a red, no trophy. And you talked about the individual roasters,
How many
correct?
blues
I
and
did,
red?
Okay. All right, so if you wanted,
Do you want me to go through any of those classes again? For your
that's
guys'
where,
stuff?
can we try to do it this way? If you can grab, usually what we did in the past, if you can have the ribbons, and then, just they're gonna try to write down every ribbon placing. So are you ready for that part?
Yeah.
On the back side? Okay. All right, so ready? Is this a live one?
Yes.
Okay. So are they all blues or reds or?
So I just did the roaster. All right. So Pen of Three is my favorite contest. So it's actually right here on my tattoo. So a Pen of Three, not only are we looking for the meat quality, we're looking for the fur quality, but the extra challenge is the uniformity. We have two nice pens up here, but the one pen is going to win today based on uniformity. As a consumer, you want to make sure that you can go to the producer and you're getting the same product each time. I would rather get the same, maybe just slightly better than average rabbit every time so I know what I'm getting versus going to someone where one time it's the best rabbit and then the other time it's really underdeveloped, right? If I don't know what I'm getting, then I maybe don't want to support that producer as much. So we kind of have that case here in our two pens. So our best individual rabbit is actually in the Californian pen, but I talked with that exhibitor of how we just don't have quite the uniformity in the muscle condition. Our champion pen today is super uniform, is very firm in flesh, just could use a little bit more of the coverage down into the hindquarters. So a very nice uniform pen is gonna go right here to our Argent Bruins. Exciting to see kind of a rare breed, compete and beat out our more popular commercial breed. Our second with a blue is gonna go to our Californian pen. Let's give a big round of applause for our roaster Pen of Threes. Was that better?
So we're going to keep the grand and reserve from each class up here as there aren't very many meat division entries here today. So instead of bringing the rabbits up and back here, if you're a grand or reserve, you can just stay there for 1 minute. And then Colin's going to select your champion steward next, and then that will complete the meat division. We'll pick your grand and reserve there. Did you get those places?
You want them written on this, or you gonna read them out of that book?
Eventually, I'll read them.
You just gonna read them out of the book?
We just didn't have that planned out. So are you writing them out there? Both? Okay. Then I should go down the list here and look name off some of the
So yeah, before you pick the overall champion, you need an options out there.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. We just have to have it on a list, so somebody, I can write them down too if it's easier. But I think, Christy, I would just focus on one, because I think you're getting a little flustered there, so just make sure it's written down here and then just show it.
You can read it out of there.
Yeah, and I'll just read it out first. Okay. You're good. Too many. So this is champions, and you can write. So what I would do is just write B or red, B or R, you know, for in the future, for the next class, so I can say, just so you know, if they got a blue. You don't have to write it. Blue, blue. And then, okay, and then this is reserve. Just write R-E-Z, or R-E. Alright, so got up. Because if this is confusing you more, we don't have to do this.
I just didn't get it.
Okay. Alright. So then I'll go off this list here. And so these are the stewards. Okay. So once you get those written down, as he's going to start looking through there, I'll go off this book and then ask you questions. But in the future, I wanted to be able to do that after each other. As long as you're writing that down. Okay? Is this just for your own good or no? I mean, if that confuses you more, you're gonna ask me. Okay, that's fine. Otherwise, you can just write beer, if you got a blue or red, and then which one is names. Are you gonna? You can actually list them in one is four. It doesn't have to just be grand. So.
All right, in our steward division. So I talked with the exhibitors a little bit. We call them fryers, roasters, and stewers because that's the way you want to cook them. So our stewer rabbits are usually older, so you want them, when you're processing them and preparing, you're going to want to slow cook them so that way they can be a little bit more tender and more palatable for you. So we still are looking for a nice large, wide loin, a deep loin, firm flesh, and again, on a stewer rabbit, we really want to have good fur because again, that's going to be a good harvestable pelt, and because of the size, we can really use that for larger products. Maybe it's coats, maybe it's a larger hat, maybe even a blanket. So we have some good steers up here. Our first place is especially nice. Is going to go home with the blue right here. Even though this isn't a recognized variety within this breed, it is showing all the things that we need to fit the stewer standard. Our second today looks very similar, but when you feel the rabbit, the 4-Hers are able to feel our champion rabbit versus their own rabbit, and we could feel it right away. So this one is going to go home with the blue yet, but is going to be our second today. It just doesn't have as much of that muscle coverage and definitely not as primed of fur. Third with the blue will be, third with the red is going to be our champagne, and fourth with the red is going to be our other champagne. Just a little bit of staining to the coat, not quite finished, and when we feel there just isn't as much of that muscle coverage that we would like to see on our older rabbits. Let's give a round of applause for our stewers.
Do you want me to stay here?
You get that? Yeah, you're doing that right. Okay, did you get that then?
Yep.
Okay, that's where, Christy, if we could look, I need you to try to be receptive to what I'm trying to ask from you here. That we have to just write first through, so if you can write like 1, 2,
So
3,
Rebecca's
4.
first.
Yeah, I had champion.
So yeah, just write like the number 1, 2, and then she said the one with the C is,
So third, fourth.
okay? Alright, and now I'm gonna go over these and name off the winners. That's okay? Alright, you get that? Okay. All right, congratulations to the steward division. We're going to go over some of these placings. Up here we have all of the commercial meat rabbits division champions. The individual fryer receiving a blue was Brooklyn Jones. with your champion. And then we had Eli Erickson with 2 red ribbons. And then we had a friar pen from Brooklyn Jones that received a red ribbon, so is excused. We had individual roasters. The champion was Colleen Romig from the Lodomello Leaders, receiving a blue. And then second place, Parker Sabers from the Lodomello Leaders, also receiving a blue. And then in third place, Lennox Mosier from the Clayton Ridge FFA, receiving a blue. For the roaster pens, your champion went to Lillian Krogman, Starmont FFA. And your reserve champion, also receiving a blue, was Brooklyn Jones from the Lodomello Leaders. For your individual stewards, the first place went to Rebecca Exeter from the Wood Center Eagles as your champion with the blue. Second place was Chase Levi, receiving reserve champion with the blue from the Jefferson Gohawks. And then third and fourth place both belong to Isra Thomas of the Peppy Pals Men and Hustlers. Congratulations. Okay, so that's how it should kind of go. All right.
All right.
Got them? They have the trophy.
They got
have
the
the
Just get
banners.
reserved. All right. All right, let's give a big round of applause for all of our grand consideration rabbits up here. It's exciting to see so many market and commercial division rabbits in this county. A lot of the counties, it's kind of a second thought, but we had some really strong quality exhibits here today. So a nice pen of 3, but just doesn't have the fur or the hind quarter coverage to be higher considered today. Our Friar, also good fur quality, but again needs more of that muscle coverage. It came down to 2 individual rabbits for me today. One has better fur, but the other one has a little bit better muscle coverage. So today, my reserve champion is going to go to our individual steward. And our grand champion market is going to go to our individual roaster. Let's give them a big round of applause. Would have been an easy choice for me if it wasn't for this right here on the board.
Okay, I don't need this here a second.
Right, so
Are
just
you
watch
gonna,
that. But the muscle in this one is just like
I can just list it out. Colleen Roman was. You picked champion was the steward, correct? Champion was the roaster. And then next page. Steward, Rebecca. How do you say it? Exeter?
Eggle Seeger.
It's like
Eggleseder? All right, your champion in the meat rabbit division went to Colleen Romig with her individual roaster, and your reserve champion went to Rebecca Eggleseder with her individual steward. Congratulations. So now we're going to start our next division here, which will be your commercial meat rabbits. So we're going to line up the Californians, and we can bring up the Champagne d'Argents. Have those on deck. There's 2 of each. Okay. Colin, do you need a water?
And I told my doctor, like, yeah, me too.
Would it be? They want everything written in that book.
We have to have loose threads.
Right. So I have 2 people doing that now.
So like sometimes you skip stuff.
And if it's easier for you, Christy, you can just do it on that sheet too. If it's easier for you to write, or if you mind helping her, just make sure that everything matches up. Because the problem here is they want us to announce some of this, so I want to wait like a half hour before the next class. Otherwise, I can do that part too. measure each breed. And so there's going to be a trophy for each breed. So if we can have those ready. What's going to be easiest here is if one of you does the blue or red, you can, if you want to do that. And then you have the trophy. So
How many do you need first?
so we're just gonna do one, the Californian, and then does it say cows on
No,
it?
it's just best of breed.
Okay. So I'll just do three.
And then if we do reserve for each.
Yep, but we'll need reserve. Who's the reserve?
No, we don't. No. Yes, no. I don't think we're.
Do what?
Doesn't matter. I don't think we're doing this. Doesn't matter. It's not that many. Just make sure we get the blues and reds written down. I don't think you don't have enough ribbons.
That's what I said.
Is it easier if I talk each breed? Yeah. Perfect.
All right, Californians, this is the breed that's near and dear to my heart, one of my first breeds that I started raising. This breed is known for its commercial type, but we are looking for the distinct markings also on what we call the points. So we want to make sure that there's no color on any of the parts that are supposed to stay white. We want a nice deep rabbit that's got nice wide hindquarters. So our rabbit that's best fitting the standard today is going to be this rabbit right here. So that'll be our champion Californian with a blue. And our reserve champion Californian with the blue will be this older senior. He's just a little bit flatter in type. We would like to see more depth of body. Let's give our Californian exhibitors a round of applause.
All right, our champion California went to Colleen Romick, receiving a blue. And then our reserve champion was Chase Levi, or Levi Chase, excuse me, receiving a reserve grand champion, also a blue from the Jefferson Go Hawks. Congratulations. Now we're judging the Champagne d'Argent, and it looks like we also have the Cream d'Argent up here. If you want to go ahead and bring your American Chinchilla up here as well, that'd be great. Thank you.
They got trouble. Got a Penn's actor, right?
We'll leave it up here, just encourage them to use it. We'll have the table filled up, I think, the rest of the day, so.
All right. In our champagnes, this is a very beautiful breed. It's the French Silver. So we want, there is a lot of points on their fur and their color especially, but we're still looking for a good commercial type rabbit, just like we were looking for in our Californians. So our champion champagne is gonna be this rabbit right here. This rabbit has a very nice start to the top line, is very deep. We just talked about how we'd like to put that high point over the center of the hip instead of in the middle of the back. This rabbit is young, so it's still developing that color. Our second place rabbit is going to get a red today. To be consistent with what we're doing, if we find disqualifications that are listed in the standard of perfection, we'll have to give it a red. So this rabbit does have some white spots. When we blow into the fur, the white goes all the way down to the skin, and that is a listed disqualification specific to this breed. So some nice champagnes. We talked about what to look for in the future and how to make their best better. So let's give our Champagne d'Argent breeders a round of applause. You want me to just keep the mic here? Yeah, is this your last year?
Next year.
Next year's your last?
This is my first winter creams. I'm trying it, so I don't know.
Yeah, creams are tough.
Yeah, they're spicy. I will tell you that too. So do I take my rabbit back some?
You can, yep.
I don't know why I can't get them like hung out. I play with them a lot, but they're just like spicy. I need to get the males.
So I have to give this one a red because it's got a white toenail. No, so they all need to match. Yep, so.
I guess I just got into these.
No,
so
you're fine. No, you're fine. We're still going to talk about it, all that good stuff, right? This is a common issue with creams, okay? So you just got to really watch it, okay? So, yep, they should have this dark toenail, okay? So the white is a listed disqualification in their standard. So again, to be fair, I have to give it a red. So we want them all to have those nice dark nails, okay? But we can still talk about its body type, color,
yeah,
fur.
I want to hear what y'all.
Oh, for sure.
I just thought I'd try something because I have all the colors. Those browns are red, those are mine.
The brown,
And then
yeah,
I
that's
have
great.
the perms now too. I got.
Okay. Okay. So your bruins felt and looked really nice. So it'll be exciting when they mature. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now this little guy has got some good type. Okay. So we've got that nice start to the rise of the shoulder. It goes over the center of the hip. It goes down. We got a nice wide hind quarter. Okay. I actually appreciate how much bone this rabbit has too. Okay. Good color. It's that nice bright orange. Ideally, the orange goes as close to the skin as possible, but this is still pretty good. Okay. Yep. Oh yeah, exactly. So the one thing that I'll probably warn you about just a little bit is in the fur. Right now it's standing. It could be just humidity, but the fur is definitely on the longer side. Okay, so go for a nice short fur like a Californian or a New Zealand would have, and that'll help some of that. Okay. But I do appreciate how even the silvering is coming in everywhere. Okay. So unfortunately, just to be consistent. Okay.
I don't know. I was just like trying.
Oh, it's good. It's sneaky.
One just to see what they're about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sneaky.
Do you want me to stay up here?
That one gets to, yep. All right, we had one cream d'argent. Again, to be consistent, we did find a white toenail on this rabbit, so that is a listed disqualification. We did talk about the nice features to this rabbit, though. Very good color, good silvering coming in, and a nice body type on it as well. So let's give our cream d'argent breeder. She said this was a first time with this breed, so let's give her a round of applause.
One American Chinchilla.
So unfortunately I have some bad news for you. This guy has 2 white toenails. Okay? So unfortunately that is listed.
Yep, that one can go back.
Okay.
And then you'll have to bring him. We have a lot of Flemish giants.
But we'll still talk about all the other things that he's got going on for you, okay? Alright. So, we're talking about the white toenails.
All right, as as our judges judging the American Chinchilla, why don't we go ahead and start lining up your Flemish Giants? It looks like we have a pile of Giants here. We can line up all of those. As many as you can. At least the first class here. Okay, and then going over those previous breed winners, we had one correction there. The reserve champion, California, went to Lennox Mosier, receiving a blue, and then again the champion was Colleen Romig, receiving a blue. For the Champagnes, your champion went to Lillian Krogman from the Starmont FFA, and the second place, or Levi Chase, received a red from the Jefferson Go Hawks. Lillian Krogman also showed a cream d'argent, receiving a red. And now we're finishing up the American Chinchilla breed.
All right, American Chinchillas is another breed near and dear to my heart. This is one that I show at the national level quite a bit. So with this breed, we're still looking for that New Zealand or Californian commercial body type. And we're looking for that unique fur structure as well. So it should be very dense. They should have a long black guard hair. And when we blow into the fur, we should see rings of color, just like the real, like wild chinchilla. Again, I do have to be consistent. We did find 2 white toenails on this rabbit, and all the toenails have to be black. So to be consistent, I have to give a red today. But we talked about what are the good features on this rabbit. So it's got nice dense fur, and it's got some decent body type on it as well. So let's give our American Chinchilla exhibitor a round of applause. I tend to have larger ones. Yeah. Hey, what variety is this?
Okay, and then for our American Chinchilla division, we had James Ludwig from the Monona Junior Feeders receiving a red ribbon today.
I'm not finding moving, so it's probably just dangerous. But just watch it. I'm doing the skin like there's some okay. So I didn't find anything. Okay, yeah. So I would say try to cut the middle of your cage with the matting, because these guys definitely got some sick feet. They're not bleeding, so I'm not going to disqualify it, but just to watch it. Okay? Right. Now with this rabbit, I do like the massiveness. He's got a lot of heavy bone. He's got a great side profile, nice wide hindquarter as well. He's maybe just starting to show his age. If I was going to guess, he's like 2 or 3. Yeah. So he just needs more of that muscle. As rabbits get older, they start to lose it. Okay. But I do appreciate the nice sandy color on it as well. So, yeah, nice big bone. I'm going to slide him down this way. Okay. All right. Sorry, buddy. If he wants to hang half out, that's okay.
To make the hang in.
Is this your rabbit? Okay, what variety? Fun. Am I looking for it?
Maybe.
Okay.
Well, technically, these are registered for you.
rabbit does have nice side good fur on him today. So just narrower throughout instead of nice wide massive. And in the ears too, he's got a ton of meat coming up, just that ear relief. So I'll keep him there for now.
One more senior buck.
There's another senior buck.
I'm gonna go down.
Okay, make sure you hold it. Well, I can watch these two.
I'm apologizing for your rabbits being baby down.
Then there'll be 3 intermediate bucks and then 2 intermediate does.
We have seniors up front.
Okay. Okay, so you want to do the senior doe class?
Sure. Did you want me to go through the senior bucks first, or is it easier on them if I do?
It might be, yeah.
Sure.
It's sort of, I guess. It'll be easier for these girls because they have most of them.
Yeah. All right, in our Flemish Giants, this is just the senior bucks so far. This breed is one that I used to raise when I was in high school. I don't anymore, but a breed that I always appreciate when I get to see them and judge them. So we're looking for rabbits that have nice, massive appearance. Giant is in the name. But they can't just be big, they need to be balanced. So we're looking for rabbits that have a really nice mandolin type, have good muscling, good fur, and color is really important in this breed as well. So our rabbit that's best fitting the standard for me today is going to be this Sandy down on the end. So this will be our first with a blue. Our second and third, it comes down to, again, some of those massive and balanced features. Our second place rabbit is just a little bit more balanced of width. It could use more length to better fit its standards. So our second today with the blue is going to go right here. Third today is just a little bit more refined in type. It's just kind of narrow throughout. But we're still going to keep it in the blue category today with this third fawn. Let's give our senior buck Flemish Giants a round of applause.
All right, so we need first and second to stay up here. So bring the second place here, and so Lennox was second.
Was that good?
He's being fussy.
I'm thinking I need to get me one of these.
Well, I saw them last year and I was like, I need one. I have to have one. So now I like breed them, you know, and I'm all,
You have more than one of those.
I show
too?
Havana's and so Martins.
I have a
Now
doe,
think
but
need
I
one
didn't
of
really
these.
want to bring her because she was gonna
What color?
fawn.
You have to breed them for next year.
I think I'm gonna get a few more colors too, just because.
Have you ever been to the show in Manchester? There's a rabbit, like an ARBA or licensed rabbit show, kind of like they do for dogs, essentially like AKC, but for like American Rabbit Association. There's a couple shows a year in Manchester, so it's pretty close. Where they'll have several hundred rabbits there. So. But if you need help finding more, we can get you more.
I think I might hit that up.
Okay, Colin's working on the Flemish Giant Senior Doe class. For your senior bucks, first place went to Abigail Wessels from the Starmont FFA, receiving a blue ribbon. Second place, Lennox Mosier from Clayton Ridge FFA, also receiving a blue. And then to round out the class, third place, Madeline Wessels from Starmont FFA, receiving a blue. Congratulations. Ready, Freddie?
I am. All right, in our senior does, again, we're looking for that nice massive appearance. We're looking for a rabbit that showcases giant features, but it mentions in the standard and kind of overemphasizes the importance of balance. So our best balance Flemish is going to be this one right here in the middle. Beautiful color, beautiful side profile. As soon as I set up this rabbit, it had that immediate pleasing balance about her. So a nice heavy bone as well. Our second is going to go to the same exhibitor. This rabbit just doesn't have the balance. It's got good bone, it's got a decent side profile, but needs a lot more depth. So we have the massiveness, just not enough of that beauty or balance factor. Our third today is still going to be in the blue category. We're free of disqualification, but I do want to mention that you as the audience, right, can see it right away. This rabbit is very refined in features instead of very massive and heavy in features. So again, with our breed characteristic being giant, we want that massive bone. So let's give a round of applause for our senior doe Flemish Giant exhibitors.
Wait, did I get
One at a
blue or
time, it's
red?
good. Blue. Yeah. I didn't DQ her. Is that a rabbit you bought or bred?
I bought her from State Fair.
Okay.
I have to go get my intermediate.
I almost wonder if it's a giant chinchilla.
Okay, let's bring up the intermediate bucks and does for the Flemish Giants. First place in the senior doe class went to Madeline Wessels from Starmont FFA, receiving a blue. Second place also went to Madeline Wessels, receiving a blue from Starmont FFA. And then in third place was Abigail Wessels from Starmont FFA, also receiving a blue ribbon. Congratulations. Now we're looking for 3 intermediate bucks, and if we could bring up the 2 intermediate does. That's for you girls too, right?
Huh?
You both have the intermediates as well.
The box, not doves.
Oh, I have intermediate go. You do too.
I do too.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you want to bring them up, you can, or we can just, it's just you two, so you can just go.
Overall, just a little bit narrow. Definitely needs
First, second, between her two. I don't even know my rabbit.
up at the end of this.
But like, did we do that?
We just keep the first and second places of each class, just in case.
Did we give a
Yeah.
trophy for,
The red ribbon can't get a trophy.
so that, okay.
Yeah. So,
I just want to make sure we were handing it out.
yeah. And this tattoo
MW20.
is for
And LGBT19 is second place.
and then Bella.
AW13.
Just a little bit refined with the head features, but
Well, maybe she just likes it. I bet that's what it is.
I've been called the rabbit whisperer before.
Well, whenever they're snotty, I'll call it.
Okay. Yeah, beautiful side profile. I do wish she had a little bit more depth and a little bit more width and more heavy features in that face. Oh, you got the heavy features. Okay, so she's my obvious winner. You're like, yeah, I know. Okay, beautiful side profile, great depth over the hip, good width over the hip, nice massive bone, very good fur today, great color. She'll definitely be a contender for best in breed.
Oh, goodness.
As long as I don't find something I'm not supposed to down here. You never know. Okay, toenails pass. Tail passes. Phew, you made it.
Attitude? Thanks, by the way.
Sure.
Hey, she's got
Beautiful
a
rabbit.
good attitude.
Right. All right, some beautiful Flemish up here on the table. So it's great to see some high quality Flemish at county fairs. I see a lot of Flemish at county fairs, but they don't have the bone or the type to really prove that. But here we're seeing some really nice Flemish. In our intermediate bucks, our first place is going to go to our blue today. Very nice side profile. When I raised Flemish Giants, this was one of the varieties that I raised, and again was near and dear to my heart. I'm not choosing based on what I like best. I'm choosing of which rabbits are best fitting their 100-point standard. What it comes down to with our gray, he's just a little bit shorter in that shoulder. We'd like to have a little bit more of that length to balance and a little bit more of the width in the hind quarter as well. Yes, he does have some of those heavier features in the face but it's not just about the face. We got to put all the points together to try to get to 100. Third with the blue is going to be our light gray down here, just very refined in the features today to try to compete over other rabbits. So nice intermediate bucks. In our intermediate does, we have a pretty obvious 1 and then 2. So our first place with the blue is going to go to this very nice sandy doe. Beautiful with the blue, beautiful balance, great fur, great color today. So she's got all the things going for her. Our white, our ruby-eyed white, a very nice side profile rabbit, just narrow throughout and could use more depth over the hind quarter to really give it that true balance. But again, beautiful bright white color, so I appreciate being so clean and in good condition today. All these rabbits are receiving blues, so let's give them all a big round of applause. You can actually stay there because there's enough holes. Yep.
Grab Abby. Grab him from the house.
Yep, it's all good. That one can stay there. We got space.
You sure?
Yep.
Want him up there?
Yep. It's okay. I remember. Are there any juniors to go through?
That's it. And this is technically all their registered breeds, but they're all Flemish up here.
That's fun.
Okay, as we finish up the Flemish Giant judging here, we're going to go over the results from the intermediate buck class. First place receiving a blue went to Madeline Wessels. Second place, Abigail Wessels, also receiving a blue. And then third place, Bella Batten from the Lodamella Leaders, receiving a blue. Then we go into the intermediate doe division. Madeline Wessels received a blue, first place. And Abigail Wessels received a blue in second place. Congratulations.
There wasn't enough for everyone.
Of those?
Not for all these classes. I don't think it was.
Our intention with those to go with the best points. Is what we were thinking.
But I don't think there's enough.
I said there's not enough. No, we weren't gonna do the rosettes for the the big
Oh.
trophies. I think those have regular ones because
That's all.
big one gets just a normal one, and the reserve gets a fancy one. Yeah. Do you guys need anything? I came to check
I
in.
gave him a water and
More water, you said?
I think we're
Oh, okay.
unless Tammy.
Do you feel like you're gonna need more red ribbons?
Potentially.
Is there another? Yeah, that's all we got left.
I was suggesting the
Rabbits are kind of rabbits are more hardcore on the
Okay.
disqualifying.
Yeah. How are you on white? Have you given white?
We haven't given
We haven't
Okay.
done any whites,
So
but
I'll bring out a handful of red ribbons. I can make it back before the announcements. I don't. You shouldn't be able to hear it this far. I turned that off so you don't hear it in this far.
so ding dong.
I know that's weird. I didn't think you'd be able to hear the ding dong, but I'm sorry. I turned off the mics so you couldn't hear. It is weird.
All right, some very nice Flemish up here on the table. Let's give them all a big round of applause. This was very fun to judge. There's two rabbits that are very close for me today when it comes down to some of the condition points. Our champion rabbit just feels like it's got a lot more of that great muscle condition on it today. Both of them have really good balance and profiles to them. But our champion Flemish today is going to go to the Sandy intermediate doe, and our reserve champion is going to go to our fawn senior doe. So let's give those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Oh, what an excellent showing of giants. That's very uncommon. Today, your reserve champion Flemish Giant went to Madeline Wessels from Starmont FFA. And your champion also went to Madeline Wessels from Starmont FFA. Congratulations. Now if we can bring up our 2 French slops, the New Zealand, and we'll have those satins on deck then, okay? So we'll bring the French slops up over on this end of the table, and then that New Zealand down on the other end of the table. Okay.
Are either of your food bowls blue or green colored?
We can go ahead and start bringing up the satins as well, just to keep this moving along here. We're looking for 4 satins total.
Do you have a metal pan with it?
Over here, kid.
Is it drinking or eating out of a metal pan?
Up there if we can.
Drinking out of it? Okay. So the reason I mentioned that is because this color.
So, you're looking for a senior doe and a junior buck.
This is probably. Okay, so, but, yeah. So you'll have to ask him, he's the vet. But I have a theory that some rabbits are allergic to metal. Because I have some of them that turn green on their lips from their metal bowls. But that's my theory. I don't have anything to prove it. But it's like some of them turn green when they're touching their metal pans. Because I know that I turn green when I touch nickel, so like I'm very allergic to nickel. Okay, this rabbit has pretty good type on it, nice and round. I wish I had more muscle condition on it. That's something that this breed in general struggles with. Experiment with your feeding regimen to see what's going to help you get some muscle on your rabbits. Now, your stewer felt great, right? Do you feed that one the same way as this one? Or are they getting different feed? Do you give them both the same amount? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So this one's just not eating the food as much. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I would just experiment with trying to get it to put some muscle on it, but yeah, otherwise just see what goes on with that rabbit. How are you today? Did you do junior showmanship? Why not? Well, there's other people there first year too. We could have done it. Do you know what kind of rabbit this is? Do you know what color it is? Okay, see, you would have been a good start for showmanship already. Okay, so this looks to me like it's a football.
And we want the commercial, we're going to do commercial champion overall.
Is it next?
After the satins.
Okay, now I
We'll
like
just
that
keep
this
these ones
rabbit's
up here though.
nice, flat head, very good ears. I really like the nice wide hind quarters. I like how deep it is.
They have this one
Well,
on
now
there
it's
already,
like
but I can
before it
switch
was showing a little bit long in the shoulder, but right now it's
So these ones
so
are already.
could use a little bit more muscle on it. But other than that, it's a really nice rabbit.
Okay, so if you want to do the grand reserve on them, and then, okay.
All right, in our French Lops, a big breed with big bone, but we have a different body type than our Flemish, so it should look a little bit more commercial type. Our Rabbit and First has great depth of body, good width in the hind quarter, a nice head, and big bone. Our champion French Lop is going to go right here with a blue, and our reserve champion is going to go right here with a blue. So let's give our French Lop exhibitors a round of applause.
And then we're gonna leave them up here, so if we can get. Do you want your water? Do you need water? Okay. All right, so bring your champion kiddo over here if you can, right on this end of the table. Okay. Just slide out there for a second. We'll get the whole table loaded up and.
This light makes everything look fabulous.
You're looking for a senior doe. Okay, our champion French Lop went to Layla Beatty, receiving a blue ribbon, and then the reserve champion went to Rebecca from Wood Center Eagles. You can put her right over here. Set her up there. Yep, just let her plop up there. Yep. Hey, just let her go there. Hey, you can just let her go. All right, there you go.
Rise start right here, which this one's doing, but we'd like to see more depth. This allows more muscle coverage on the rabbit, which this breed is famous for, right? We want it to have a lot of muscle. And there's a lot of points, especially just from the quarter. This rabbit's lacking. Okay, so when I put my hands through the rabbit, see how my fingers kind of they like narrow in? Okay, we want them to stay nice and wide and full to the table, right? So we would be taking a lot of points off on this rabbit. So nice and conditioned, just not a lot of muscle.
Next class,
What
we'll
brand
it
of
for a
feed do
minute.
you have?
Just to have it, yep.
Not sure? So just experiment with your feeds, okay, and see if maybe that helps put a little bit of muscle. So it's not that you want to switch your feed all the time on rabbits or anything, but you know, maybe you get like a litter of rabbits from someone and you say, okay, this rabbit's going to be raised on this feed, this one on this feed, and this on this feed, and see what happens. Yeah? Okay. All right, and then obviously we'll do that's okay. That happens in summer, right? All right, in our New Zealand, we have a broken black senior doe. It'll go home with the blue today. It's right on that edge, but I'll bump it up into the blue category for today. It is molting quite a bit, and we'd like to see more depth of body, especially over the hip. But let's give our New Zealand exhibitor a round of applause.
Yep, they stay here. 2 senior bucks and a senior doe.
Okay, can I have the scale?
Also.
How do I grab it?
Right in the middle here. Just grab it. Oh, I can.
You what? That one stays there as well.
Yeah, I would say he's been rubbing his face up against the cage. Boys and naughties.
Okay, so with this rabbit,
Say it one more time.
Eagle cedar?
All right, and Rebecca Eggleseder received Champion New Zealand with her senior buck, blue ribbon. We're working on the satins now. There are 3 animals in this division. Then we're going to go into selecting your commercial rabbit champion. So if you can bring up the Grand and Reserve from each of those breeds that we just had, so including the Californian, we need your champion champagne. And if you received a red ribbon, you're excused from the table. So we'll need the 2 Californians, a champagne, and 2 Flemish Giants. Best. There. Reserve. Yep.
This is the reserve. This is champion.
Okay, then put the champion there. That was 6'8" doe. He said that the 6'8" doe is the champion.
Yes, she's right here.
Yep, okay. Perfect. Champion right there. And then the 2 cow.
Wanted this one back up.
Yep, the 2. The cow right next to the champagne. You don't have to leave a space between them there, so you can slide that one over one more. And then senior bucks and a senior doe. It's about 11 o'clock now, so.
Do you want me to speed up?
No, you don't. You can take as much time as you want, but just letting you know that's where we're at time-wise.
Yeah, if you want me to go
Are you
faster,
done with
that's
this?
fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now I do like her. Okay, so do you have any other bucks at home that you're using for breeding? No? Okay, so if like you're wanting to get some really nice satin rabbits, okay, you might want to just like ask around like who you could get a really nice buck from. Okay, because your doe is really nice, but your buck just isn't as nice. Okay, so Zach could help you find some people like of who to go to try to get some satins. Okay. Now this girl, I really like her type. She's super deep. Okay, she's just a little bit on the skinnier side. Okay. The satin texture is pretty good, and we've got lots of luster, so that's exact, or sheen. Okay, we got lots of sheen, which is what we want. Okay, any questions for me? No? Okay. All right, our satin's a breed famous for its sheen, the shiny glass effect that's going on its fur. So we had our senior bucks and a senior doe. Our senior doe today is going to go home with the blue and is going to be our champion satin. When we pose this rabbit up, it has a really nice body type. You can see the sheen, I'm sure, right from where you're sitting. It has good fur texture, which is a lot of points within this breed. Our reserve champion of breed and first in its class with the blue is going to be our broken black senior buck. Obviously just molting quite a bit today and could use more depth of body. Second in its class is going to have to go home with the red today. Our satins do have to meet a minimum weight, and he's just too small. So I talked with the 4-H'er about how I really like her doe, and if she would like to breed better satins, try to find a really good buck, and I know she could find one with some help. And then it'll be exciting to see what babies she produces and shows at the fair in the future. So let's give our satin exhibitors a round of applause.
So then that second place was yours as well, the copper. Okay. So if you want to bring that one up over there next to the other champions.
I'll move this one over.
And that one can stay there as well.
Yep. All right, so you're going to go right here and show your satin, right?
Okay, champion satin went to Brooklyn Jones of the Lodo Medal Leaders, receiving a blue. And your reserve champion satin went to Caden Matt of the Mallory Minks. Congratulations. Now we have everyone locked and loaded up here on the table with the grand and reserve of each respective commercial breed. It's a great representation. When you go out and judge county fairs, sometimes there will be, less than 5 of these rabbits total in what they call the 6-class division. So this is wonderful to see this. It's a pretty rare sight to see at a county fair.
I judged a fair all day yesterday too. So I was up in Minnesota. There was 250 tickets. Yeah, no, I'm not even joking. There was 250 rabbits, so it was a long day.
It probably was. Did you have showmanship too?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, there was 16 just in the junior showmanship, so it's all good. I love judging fairs, but it took a long time.
She wants to talk in the microphone. I think Lola wants to talk in the microphone.
Yeah, I know. Mine said you got the microphone. I know the brush. They got lots of brush.
It's not my goat. You guys can't try. Oh, I see you got the champion.
Oh yeah, I got Baron. I got reserve champion. In the class.
All right. I just want to echo what Zach was just saying about the commercial breeds. Both of us get asked to judge a lot of county fairs. Like I said, this is number 15 for me this summer. I love judging the county fairs, but every time the commercial and our 6th class rabbits are always kind of the afterthought. We don't see a lot of those breeds, and if we do, maybe they're not quite meeting our breed standard. We have not only a lot of breeds being represented up here, but some really high quality animals. So I don't know which exhibitors are going to State Fair or not, but any of the rabbits that are up here in our lineup, I think would do well if they went to the State Fair. So there's some shout outs that I'm going to give, no particular order. I really like our Broken Black Satin. I really like our Flemish Giant, and I really like our French Lop. Those 3 rabbits really stand out to me as really exemplifying close to those 100 points in their standard. So there's no award for it today, but our honorable mention will go to our Satin. Our reserve champion today is going to go to the French Lop, and our grand champion is going to go to our Flemish Giant. Let's give them a big round of applause.
All right, and then our champion in the breeding rabbit commercial breeds division went to Madeline Wessels with her excellent Flemish Giant. And then the reserve champion went to Layla Beatty of Worthwhile with her French Lop Senior Doe. Congratulations. Now we're going to bring up the 1 Harlequin down on this end of the table. And then we're going to start loading up the Havanas. It looks like we have quite a few in the senior buck class. Looks like we have approximately 7 of them to bring up here. And then we're going to need 4 senior does. So I think we can bring up both of those classes. Are there 8? Let's just do the senior bucks then first. Limit the confusion. It looks like there's going to be quite a few doubled up. And okay.
Okay. Yeah. So there's quite a few Havanas, so it'll probably be ribbons first, and then.
All right, our Harlequin is a real fun breed, mostly judged on its markings. So we're looking for distinct markings that kind of go into specific patterns. We have lots of patterns that it can be recognized in, but the main thing that we have to look for is a split down the middle of the face. So this rabbit meets those qualifications, so we'll give it a blue today, and it'll be our champion Harlequin. Let's give our Harlequin exhibitor a round of applause.
So what's the most helpful here, just because these are bigger classes, if you can kind of order them.
Yeah.
So we
Yep,
saved
I'll
a
do
few here, so if you want to start like place them in that order,
Yep.
would be great. And
Yep.
then we'll start this, get the senior does up after.
Yeah. Usually I do that. I figured with only 3 in a class, I was.
Yep. Totally fine.
Hey, I like how this guy's got some.
All right, I'm gonna read off the Harlequin winner too. There's 7 and 8 here. All right, so our champion Harlequin went to Bella Batten from Lodomello Leaders, receiving a blue ribbon. Congratulations. Now we're working on the Havanas. As Colin sorts, or as our judge here sorts through these rabbits, we're going to move them down to this end of the table, and then we'll eventually get those senior does locked and loaded up here as well. Okay?
I just want to see it.
Maybe next year we'll just table and probably set them. We could set back.
That'd be better. You know, if we have more dividers.
Okay, so discharge on this one. So white, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so
You have it
we'll
set
grab your
back.
rabbit. All right, so your excuse, okay?
Can you just grab it? There's a white there. Can you grab it? What's your name? What's your name? Exhibitor?
Wilkie. What's your number? 139.
Okay.
Why would you use this?
Yeah, it's white was discharge.
Um,
I usually don't make it. White. What?
You'll get 50 cents when you make dollars. White ribbons aren't worth much.
Yeah, well, the white ribbons are important too because they gotta know if they're disqualified.
How you learn?
I got white ribbon.
This is my bottle of water, right?
Yep.
Not mine.
Yep.
That's yours.
Or if you want to disinfect
I say
it,
there's
You want to disinfect it?
Perfect. I can do that too. Well, my skin is dumb sensitive, so I'll probably break out, but it's fine.
So that will.
I'll just throw it on the ground for now.
there's white.
Do we have them any satin class?
I mean, there can be.
Do you
Is
want?
it a?
It looks satin to me. Does it satin to you?
That's kind of your discretion there. To me, it,
You think it's just good luster?
Do we have a set class?
There's a mini set plus on here after like the Rexes, but I don't know if it was in it.
Gonna keep it there? There is a mini
Three
set
mini
class.
yeah, it's
It's debatable.
this breed looks a lot like another breed, essentially. Guess the one girl up there is saying that Steve's like selling out.
to say nobody's doing so great anymore, but
And then Tracy got out of falling out, so. Kids always loved him, man. He was always funny. His only one, dude.
exactly. As I say, he's just
Yeah, he used to get a lot of kids into the rabbit stuff.
that's where I started.
And then it's like, you know, it's probably about 50% right from the fouls, and then 25% from him, and then the rest is just whoever else.
Yeah,
I remember when I was showing, my kids were like, "When are you gonna be done?" Because like they learned a lot of stuff, like the meat rabbits.
yeah.
But
So he was still doing like yeah, his dog. Like when we were in school and that thing like grew up with us and he was in his classroom all the time.
what kind of dog is that?
It's always a nice one too.
I don't remember him having.
The huge white.
Oh, but yeah, that's what I
Great
call it.
Pyrenees, yes.
That's what
Yeah,
when
like
you
he
said.
brought it in as a. That's why I'm like, I know what it is too, and I don't know what to say. But yeah, so he got it as a puppy when we were in high school and kept it in the classroom with us.
A lot of Havanas. 27 Havanas. We used to, for like those meat divisions, we'd have 20, 25 fryers and then probably 10 minutes. But a lot of county fairs, they don't even hand out the trophies. They'll have them sitting there and it's like, they don't even have a reserve champion or sad. I raised the Senate. You said you like Senate?
Yeah, I do.
Well, if you need a bunny, I could say,
Are you trying to wheel and deal cinnamons?
Yeah.
yeah, next year you'll probably have a bunch of cinnamons out here. I'm working on the Cinny Mini. So like cinnamons are the sex.
Yeah.
Essentially. I have to present them nationally.
Yeah.
Not this next year, but the following. So I'll have to travel and do all that.
Yeah, I've really been in the rabbit scene in quite a few years. My fiance has nothing to do with them, so.
Is he an egg person though?
So. I mean, we have chickens and stuff. I just, yeah, I don't, they never really have rabbits around or anything. They're stinky. They get stinky and they don't want to deal with them.
Chickens are stinky.
I say our chickens are stinky too. That's like, we got a few more this past year in the coop, and I couldn't believe how big of a difference the mess change was from like what we originally had for chickens, and then just adding like 3 more to the coop. It's just like, oh my god, you guys are so much messier. Cleaning more often.
So to eliminate confusion here, I'll just go down.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is your, excuse me, your kid.
The distractions on him at first was like the color and the fur texture, but his body is really nice. So when I'm calculating, you'll see that he's going to be bigger. Yeah, Bucks will spray the walls of the cages, and then urine just like makes the fur feel gross. And then,
Oh, here.
I was like, I don't know where it is.
I got your
uh-oh. All right, we had some nice Havanas up on the table. It's always fun to judge some big classes of all the same breed. So with this breed, we want a nice compact body type, which means basically from their tail, from their shoulder is as close as possible. We want good depth of body and we want good width of body. This breed is called the mink of the fancy, so it's supposed to have a very smooth, very lustrous flyback fur. So our rabbit that's best fitting that standard today is going to be this solid black, beautiful body type, nice wide hind quarter, very good luster, great fur texture as well. Our second is close behind, beautiful body type, good fur structure, but that urine staining is just going to be what's holding him back today. In third, we have a nice side profile rabbit, could use more width to balance, and just has, again, a little bit of that urine burn going on for the texture of the fur. But all three of those rabbits would be rabbits that I'd happy to take home and use in my program. So very nice rabbits. In fourth, very good fur on this rabbit, but when we look at the body type, it's just a little bit longer in that midsection, which makes it peak in the middle of the back instead of over the center of the hip. So we're just losing a little bit on those body points for that particular animal. In fifth and sixth, these rabbits are still going to be getting blues today. I was talking with Zach, who's also a judge, and we think maybe they've got some mini satin blood going on in them, and that's okay. Either way, these rabbits are going to be getting blues today. They've got some good body types, but they could use more depth of body to better balance. So let's give all of our exhibitors with the senior bucks a round of applause.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take those first and second place winners and just put them back in their coops or their carriers for now. We're gonna line up the senior does. We're looking for 8 of those, so. And then just going down the line here. In first place, we had Connor Meyer in the senior buck class from the Mallory Minks. Second place, Isaac Bergen from the Wood Center Eagles. Third place, Lennox Mosier. Caden Meyer received 4th place. Isaac Bergen from the Wood Center Eagles was 5th. And then Colton Zittergrun Meyer was 6th. And then Parker Sabers was 7th, receiving a white ribbon today from the Lodomello leaders.
Beautiful dark chocolate. I wish I could have got this dark chocolate. Very compact body type.
Competition makes them better.
Very good texture, good luster.
I also liked when I
So you gotta get a motel room.
Right. Well, they pay for that.
Okay.
They do pay for that, but they used to not. So, but then they always like, I wouldn't be surprised if I got a message saying, "Hey, we need you as a judge," because
Somebody came here.
yeah, or something. Like sometimes they booked me at like the end of July for it.
Oh.
Yeah, and like the other ones I booked like a year in advance for.
Yeah.
So that's
My worst nightmare is a judge canceling at the last minute and you have to pay fences. So I had one Tuesday for in my static judging, but it's Tuesday morning, you know, and this judging starts at 9. So
how do you
just
get into that? Do you have to have a certain certification or?
a small line and there's water. And you fill out
I
some
would do that. Yeah, it's ever helpful.
what areas would you like?
I liked doing the photography, but you know, like there's like the pet division or like the animal health. You know, there's like all those things. If it's
We
ever,
do have a pet show, you know.
yeah.
Photography judges are hard to find.
I remember we learned because you could either take, we usually bring like 3 individual and 2 series, right? And so then we, you know, the first couple of years we'd bring all the photos to one judge, and then we learned that you just like, yeah, do one photo at a time.
Two, depending on how long you want to wait.
Because a lot of them, they'd be like, well, either you could get all 5 purples if you went to different judges, but some of the judges would be like, well, I'll give this one and purple, and then the rest would be blues or something. I remember I had one that was like centered, you know, like the photo was just props of the whatever it was, the sunflower or something was perfectly centered, and then I got a red ribbon for it. I thought, oh my gosh, this picture's so great. And then I learned that everything has to be a little asymmetric, rule of thirds and all that. So that's still one of my like bragging points when I go to the county fairs. Is like, because a lot of those we have really good like non-livestock exhibits, but I thought at one time you said there were like 2,000 entries for just photos. So to get
I had
even to
6
say
judges.
fair twice.
I had 6 judges for photography on Tuesday, and they judged from 9 to 3:30 constantly.
So,
I don't,
you said 9 or how many judges?
6 judges
Wow.
for like 6.5 hours. They had a half-hour break, so 6 hours. Everybody else was done, but they were still going. That does have the bigger classes that I have not done over.
Yeah. A lot of these other classes are like onesie twosies, so they'll go close to 5. Be pretty easy. Yeah, my first ever class of judging rabbits was like 25 black Havana senior does. Could you imagine that?
Yeah, no thanks.
And then clearly the winner was, one that had that luster like those ones did.
Yeah.
So I was like, either this is first or last. Well, I made it first.
Yeah.
Are they all going to be blues?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Nice class.
Yeah. Oh. No, I'm back over here.
Sorry. I'm not doing that. Mm-mm.
Great day to show rabbits. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm screwing things up back there. Zach, I switched things around. I'm sorry.
Honeycomb, what are you doing? Honeycomb? No.
Okay. All right, this is a very competitive class. So a lot of the rabbits, you saw me kind of switch around a little bit. Again, this is a math contest of, the judges having to go through our standard. Each rabbit can divide points differently based on its breed. What characteristics they're saying is most important for the breed. This is a breed that I've raised and have done pretty well with. So we're having to balance body points, fur points, and color points. All of those things are super important with this breed. So I just wanted to make sure I was placing them as accurately as possible. So this is going to be our lineup. Our chocolate is going to be first today. Very compact body type, nice wide hindquarter, good texture and luster to the fur, and excellent chocolate color. As we go down, our rabbits just maybe get a little bit longer in the midsection, or they start peaking farther forward, or they're maybe just a little bit harsher in the texture of their fur. I did point out to our exhibitor with the broken chocolate of how the chocolate color is only sitting on the very tip of the fur instead of going down the hair shaft. So we want to make sure that we're getting the color as far down to the skin as possible. But all nice Havanas are all going home with blues today. Let's give them a big round of applause.
All right, if we could start bringing up our Havana Junior Bucks. We're looking for 6 of those. Going down the placings here. First place went to Parker Sabers, receiving a blue. Second place, Connor Meyer, receiving a blue. Lennox Mosier in third place, receiving a blue. Fourth place, Parker Sabers, receiving a blue. Fifth place, Isaac Bergen, receiving a blue. Sixth place here, Caden Meyer, receiving a blue. Excuse me, the previous one was fifth place. And then we have Isabella Bergen receiving a blue in seventh place, and eighth place went to Tim Gold, receiving a blue. All right, and now we are looking for 6 junior bucks. If we could have the 6 junior does ready as well, that'd be great. Where is she from?
kids sell the milk.
Oh.
The dairy cow that's milking is behind her. Which is nice in one way, but then people come on Saturday and Sunday and can't see the stuff because they've gone home.
That's nice. Well, it seems like the same families are still kind of, in the area.
Yeah.
Or still having the kids do the share heifer thing.
Sure. Well, they got grandkids starting now.
That's like all the people that, I don't have kids obviously, but a lot of my friends, like that Emily Malone or whatever, like she has kids now, they're old now.
All right, that one's set.
You what?
The solid blue, that one's set.
It is satin for sure. Okay.
We'll just keep it in the class.
Yeah, it's a difficult breed to.
Yeah.
But yeah, for this one that's so competitive, you can give it a white ribbon. And
It's all. It's. I mean, it's. You can look at it. You'll be like,
Okay.
that's set.
That's the order.
Well, that's why I had mini satins for a little bit.
Oh, to help.
The satin. So best rabbit I ever made never got shown. So. All right. In our Havana Junior Bucks, another nice class. So at the top today is going to be our Broken Black. Right away when I pulled this rabbit out at the beginning of the class, it just happened to be the first one that I pulled out. I said, wow, this is going to be the hard one to beat. Very compact body type, good depth over the hip, very good texture to the fur, very good luster, and really good muscle type on it as well. So it'll be fun to do our best of breed lineup later, but excellent example of our breed there. In second today, we're just not as finished in the fur, but still really good body type and luster on it. In third, we have a rabbit that has really good body type on it, actually. It's just a bit light in that color, and we do have a lot of color points in this breed standard. In fourth today, still with the blue, lots of good luster. It's just trying to push out that baby coat. And again, it's just taking it away from being close to that 100 points. Next, still with the blue, is a nice typey rabbit, good fur. We think this one's probably satin, but that's all right. So we'll keep it where it's at today. And then at the end of our class, we have a broken blue. It is a Havana, just a little bit longer in that shoulder. So let's give a round of applause for all of our junior bucks.
And why don't we just leave those first and second place class winners? I think we can leave those here. Just leave 4 spaces. And then we'll line up the junior does down at this other end of the table here. We're looking for 6 entries there. Okay. All right. And then we had, for our junior buck division, Nora Stitzman for the Mallory Minx received first place with the blue. Second place went to Caden Matt for the Mallory Minx with the blue. Third place went to Ella Matt, receiving a blue from the Mallory Minx. Tim Gold, blue, 4th place. 5th place, Isabella Bergen from the Wood Center Eagles. And then 6th place, receiving a white ribbon, is Colton Zittergrun-Meyer from the Wood Center Eagles. Because he had the wrong kind of fur. Yeah, it was like that one was definitely sad.
That's at 9 on Monday.
Figured I should probably show up and buy a couple of keys or do something. I kind of got to judge the poultry show yesterday, having to handle all of them, you know. Like, I'm not a poultry judge, but I can judge. I say to county fairs, like, I'll judge them if it's less than 100 entries. Otherwise, like, I don't feel like I do them justice.
Our poultry is really grown.
Really? I think we could do some kind of do the rabbit workshop with the poultry would be good. I don't know if Tracy really does much out, you know, because they there's the fair. They do shows like, you know, the rabbits do at bigger levels too. And a lot of my friends do that. I've gone into the
I
breeding.
think it'd be nice just to have a workshop for this new families to tell them, you know, how to get your bird ready, you know.
Right.
Like, wash your bird.
Right, exactly. There's some birds that were like, picking up those big broiler birds. Like, some of those are so gross. Especially the ones that weren't bathed. But it seems like a fun project. I mean, how to do that.
I think we're gonna have some of these left,
Okay.
which is no big deal. Just get a new.
If that's how it'll be, like the best of breeds, then probably don't have to have any other breed class next year. I mean, I can donate the. So if I need to pay for those trophies too. So let me forget about that. Of course, I feel like I'm pretty sure I just wrote my last check. Otherwise, I could just write a check today and get it over, pay for next year and get it over with too. But, you know, given that I work with a bunch of like commercial people, I could probably, you know, like companies giving me a job, I could probably find donors or people to donate. A little easier. So. All right, we'll get these done.
There's some ice.
All right, our junior does. And first, we've got a rabbit that's nice and compact, good depth of body. Is just peaking a little bit early, but overall, it's the rabbit that's closest to 100 points. As we go through some of our rabbits, so again, just don't have quite as good depth of body, maybe not all the fur characteristics. At the end of the class, we are going to go with the red. At the end, we did find some breed disqualifications. So it's satinized, it has chinchilla eyes, so it's got marbled eyes. So satin, marbled, and then it's also a steel. So just a few things going on there, but we'll give it a red today. It does have a nice body type and good fur texture. Let's give our junior does a round of applause. Just a red at the very end.
Can we take them back?
Just to be fair, it's a nice rabbit. Just has some stuff going on.
Sorry, rabbit.
Oh, they're good.
First and second, stay there. Okay, the first and second in those that respective class is going to stay there. If we could get your first and second place Havana Senior Buck, and then your first and second place Havana Senior Doe up here. For our Havana Junior Does, first place went to Connor Meyer from the Mallory Minks. Second place went to Zittergren Meyer from the Wood Center Eagles. Third place went to Isaac Bergen from the Wood Center Eagles. Fourth place went to Ella Matt from the Mallory Minks. Fifth place went to Colton Zittergren Meyer from the Wood Center Eagles. And then to round out the class, we had Caden Meyer receiving a red ribbon in sixth place from the Mallory Minks. Congratulations. Now we're going to select your champion, Havana. Excellent to see 27. This, I believe, is your largest breed representation today. So looks like some pretty excellent animals.
I know some of the seconds aren't up here, but that's okay.
Closer. Yeah, just keep an eye on Lady. She's the one that wants to run, so.
I know he was the first to the spot. It's okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Very nice representation of Havanas at this county. So nice job to all of you who are doing the breeding and selecting of these rabbits. So for me, it came down to two rabbits. Our reserve champion is going to be our junior buck, and our grand champion is going to be our senior buck based on the fur qualities. So nice Havanas. Thank you very much.
Okay, congratulations to Nora Stitzman for her reserve champion Havana from the Mallory Minks. And your champion went to that fancy senior buck belonging to Connor Meyer of the Mallory Minks. Congratulations. We'll need both of those back up here at the end. We're going to now bring up the Himalayans and the Holland Lops. We're looking for one Himalayan and 3 Holland Lops.
What do you like about this one?
Reserve Junior Bucky.
I got that.
And the first.
If I didn't give colors to it every time I walked by,
Which one of
The RM2 is.
hey, this breed is kind of unique because 50% goes to their body, 50% goes to their markings. This rabbit, I would experiment, like, what do you do for feed? Do you know? Like, what brand is it?
I got a Gardenville milk.
Okay,
And I think it's like 18% protein.
okay. Yeah, he's just feeling a little skinny. And I know this breed is skinny, but he's just not having a lot of muscle condition. Okay, good. So I like that he is pretty much the same width in the shoulder as he is in the hip. He is very long in body, which is excellent. His top line is just a little bit weak, so he kind of has kind of a wave going on instead of being super straight like a Pringles can. The markings, he's nice and dark and bold in the markings. His socks could go up a little ways. His boots are pretty good. The egg marking definitely could be wider. but it goes up nice and high. So we could use more width in the marking, and I do like the silky texture to his coat as well. So thank you for bringing a Himalayan. All right, we have one Himalayan. It's going to be our grand champion Himalayan with a blue. This is a breed that I used to raise. They're just the sweetest thing. So we're looking for a Pringle can sort of a rabbit. We want them to be nice straight top line and nice straight sidelines as well with very silky fur and good markings. So this rabbit could have a straighter top line over the top, but has some really good features otherwise. So let's give our Himalayan exhibitor a round of applause.
Congratulations. Is that Isa Thomas? Peppy Pals Men and Hustlers receiving a blue at the champion. We're working on the Holland Lops now. If you would bring up your 2 lion heads over onto this end of the table, that'd be great. How do you say her name? Ziza? Ziza? Which one is? You need to scale it all, or no?
All right. Hey, another one that's just wanting to be really low instead of that natural high head mount. With the head, it's just a little bit narrow in the muzzle instead of nice and full all the way down. The crown is a bit far back in placement, and the ears are a little bit narrow base instead of a nice wide base. So just a little bit longer in the ear. This is a cute little Holland. Okay, so for you guys like, yeah, we know.
We know.
Okay,
We saw this
so
across the way and we're like, gosh, dang it.
yeah, so we like the nice short, thick bone. Yeah, he does pinch a little bit into that hind quarter, but that's like this entire breed seems to do that. I also really like that he's got the nice wide muzzle.
Come do your job.
He's fine. He's good. Yeah. He could use a little bit more width in the chest and in the shoulder. He's a bit narrow. But overall, he's got more of the correct features than our other two today. Nice ear. You guys are like, yep, we know.
Yeah, it's better than last year. My last year's Hollands were tricolored.
Oh.
Yeah, they were quite something. It's okay, use this one with me. No, cutie.
Okay, so I'll explain to you why. So we're gonna give this guy a red today. He's borderline too heavy. I mean, we could check it, but more is just like how much of a molt and condition that he's in today. So that's why we're gonna put him in the red today, okay? So he's close. He's just got a few things that are distracting from the standard. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so in first today is going to be our little broken, and with a blue. So he's closest to our standards. So we like the nice short and heavy bone, more that natural upright position, and a better placement of the ear and crown. In second, we'll say in the blue category today, it's in the correct weight, but the crown is very slipped. Nice heavy bone, but needs more of that compact type. It's pretty long in the midsection. In third today, we are going to go with the red. It is definitely heavy for our maximum weight, but condition is really where we're slipping today. So lots of molting and some muscle condition stuff going on today too. So let's give a round of applause for our Holland Lop exhibitors.
2 lion heads. You're looking for a senior buck and a junior buck.
Oh. All right. This is another breed that I have.
No.
Is that no? Is that
we're doing two. We have to judge two lion heads here next, and then we're going to go over those results from the Holland Lob division. First place went to Abigail Wessels from the Starmont FFA, receiving a blue. Second place, Carter Batten from the Lodomello Leaders, receiving a blue. And then Isla Hankus from the Monona Junior Feeders, receiving a red. Congratulations. And if we could bring up the two mini lops.
So with this lion head in our breed standard, let's say they have to have blow going all around the head. This guy, he's very long in the midsection. Okay, so we want a nice compact rabbit. It's got a nice natural high head mount. We want those ears to be nice and open. And
That one's for the very last class. There's two straight reserve ribbons you can get out of the box.
As I say, I like a couple of these classes.
Any questions for you?
So that helps.
Yeah.
But we're
I mean, first impression, we didn't look too bad. What color do we call this? Yeah, this is a blue. Now, this isn't an accepted variety right now, but here's what I'll do because I'm consistent, okay? This is a variety that's had a COD a couple times, so we'll say that it'll be all right for this fair since it was under a COD. Does that sound fair to you? If it was under a COD, then count it.
You can be as lenient as you want. Preferably, unless you think it's going to like win best in show.
No.
I don't think it'll be as big of a deal. You can still give it a blue,
Okay.
but maybe don't give it champion.
Yep.
Just because of the
Yep.
non-record.
Okay, so so we talked about the color, right? With the ears, we're very long, thin, and folded in the ear. We want a nice round open. Well, he's opening his ear a little bit better now. So a little bit more like that where it stays open and it's a little bit more round, so that fold and long. Okay, with the body type, we're pretty long in the midsection again. I do appreciate that it's got more of the wool features. It's got the wool around the mane. It's still clearing over the saddle. That's allowed with our juniors. So, yeah, all right. Well, okay, so both of them are like on the edge, but I'm going to give you both the benefit of the doubt today, okay? So like this one, like it's borderline because of the wool thing. This one is, I mean, I didn't measure the ears, but it's probably cutting it close on the ears, so. Any questions for me?
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll keep them in the blue today. All right, lion head's another breed that I raise at home. So we're looking for rabbits that are very compact and have a nice natural high head mount. There's a lot of points on the wool, the main feature, but there's still lots of points on the body as well. So both of these rabbits kind of have trade-offs. We talked with the exhibitors in detail about that today. I have to go with our Tort buck as our champion today, but with a blue. And our blue junior is going to go with reserve with the blue. Technically, our blue isn't a recognized variety within this breed yet. It has been under some certificates of development, but again, not accepted yet. So let's give a round of applause for our lion head exhibitors. Does that seem fair?
All right, two mini lops. Are they both up here?
This one, only two.
Senior buck or? Mini Rex. You can bring your mini Rex down on this end of the table here, the senior bucks. Kids, you want to bring are these both senior bucks?
Yeah.
Okay, bring them down here on this side. Right there, right there.
I don't see any creepy crawlies. We just watch them do it.
You can start bringing up all of your mini Rex. Looks like we have 4 senior bucks and a couple senior does, and then 2 junior does and 2 junior bucks and 1 junior doe.
this one's a little bit more correct to our standard with the body type. It's a little bit more compact. Yes, it still peaks early instead of peaking in the middle of the hip. Definitely has the better dense rollback fur, good color. The head, even though narrow, is balanced throughout, so it keeps the same width from the top all the way down into the muzzle. Ear placement, maybe just slightly far back, but not too bad. Were they in the same class? It was a junior and a senior, right? All right, in our mini lops, we're going to go with our junior as the best of breed. It's a little bit more correct to our breed standard, even though it's a little bit more refined in some of the head features. When we add up the fur points, body type, condition, all those things, that one's closest to our 100 points. Second today is going to be our broken black, just a bit flatter in body type. Definitely thinner in fur instead of the nice dense fur, but I do appreciate the nice wide start to the head. It just narrows as we get down into the muzzle. Let's give our mini lop exhibitors a round of applause. Senior buck?
Yes, senior buck.
Senior buck? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah. Not my best one.
Okay, so with the feet, I'll have to give it a red today with the sore hocks because it's kind of severe.
Yep.
So with mini Rex, you got to make sure that you've got stuff that they can get off the wire because otherwise that stuff starts happening, okay? Now, the really dangerous thing is that it's bald all the way back to here.
Yep.
Rabbits have a major artery that goes right below their foot. If that gets cut open, they bleed to death.
Yep.
Okay, so I had a rabbit do that, and it was a breed I didn't even expect to think about looking, and then all of a sudden I saw blood at the bottom of the cage, but it was too late. So, yeah, you just want to watch that, okay?
Yep.
All right. Now, with the type on this rabbit, I do appreciate that it's compact. It could use more depth of body over the center of the hip. It's just in the middle of the body for right now. A little bit coarser on the texture as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move this one down to here. Okay, and this is the other senior butt, right? Okay, I'll remember. So close. You made it.
We weighed him at home and it was just barely
Yep,
on.
yep, that's the same thing today. You just made it. All right, good rings of color, but just very thin in our fur. So on the mini Rex, we want them to be very dense. So when I put my hand on the rabbit, I just feel like the fur is pushing my hand away. This one, I put my hand in and it like sinks all the way down to the skin. Right? So I mean, it's really thin in the coat, but pretty good structure on it. Well, hi there, buddy. This guy feels like he's a little bit older. Is he like 2 years old?
It's not mine.
Not yours? You're just showing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, he's nice and compact, which is good. Maybe a little bit long in the midsection. Better density to the fur, good plushness to the fur. This is our other senior bud. This rabbit's just a little bit flatter and tight. I do really like the texture texture to his fur. Just needs more density to really give him that good mini Rex feel. One red. In our senior buck mini Rex, we're looking for a nice compact type, just like we were looking for in our Havanas, but this breed is famous for its Rex fur. The fur should be very dense and very plush, so when I put my hand on the rabbit, it should feel like the fur is pushing my hand away, not letting it sink down to the skin. So there's a lot of points on fur, but body still has the most at 45. So our rabbit that's closest to that 100 points is going to be our broken black at the top. Very dense fur and good plushness. In second, we've got a rabbit with very good texture fur, good color to the fur, but flatter in the body type. Third with the blue, this rabbit is exceptionally deep, but is extremely thin in the fur and lighter in that rufous factor. In fourth today, we have to go with a red because it does have sore hocks, which is a disqualification for this breed. So let's give a round of applause for our senior buck mini Rex.
And then you can probably just do these classes and then just talk all.
Sure, that's fine.
He needs to stay here because he got second. Yep. 2 of these, and then 2 junior bucks and 1 junior doe. Okay. For your Mini Rex senior bucks, first place went to Colin Colesrud from the Monona Junior Feeders, receiving a blue. Second place, Ella Matt from the Mallory Minks, receiving a blue. Third place, Rebecca from Wood Center Eagles. And fourth place, Levi Chase, receiving a red from the Jefferson Go Hawks. Working on the senior does. There's 2 entries in this division, and then there's 2 junior bucks and a junior doe, and looks like they're all up here. What? Move them?
Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Because Levi thinks his rabbit is second. I'm just one past. I want to make sure he didn't lose it.
That he didn't lose
His is
one.
the second. His is in the second box.
Yeah, he is second place.
He said he was fourth. That's why we were a little lost.
So you're saying
Because he's a caster.
He doesn't move them. You just stand
Levi
in the
was?
same spot.
Yeah. I thought.
okay. All right. Well, so Levi, yours was second place there.
Yeah, both of them.
Both of them. So you received a blue second. So we got that first. So. Okay. And then you were showing for who?
This guy's fur is
Holland, and he was first.
he's got pretty good type.
So then Matt Ella was. What did you guys have written down for that one? Because that was. They said that was second with the blue. I had that as fourth as well
With a red.
with the red.
Second,
So-
third, first.
That's how I
What
had
did
it
you
written
have?
too.
Yeah, she does too. Fourth, second, third, first.
They have it all written down that way too. What's this one here? I don't know why that is. He has that as second place. So we had to find out who placed over who here. Matt and right. Do we have either is Rebecca up here? Is Rebecca up here? We had a discrepancy on the placings there.
Oh.
Because we had the second place for this 1 second here, because we have the first place written in, second place, and then we're trying to figure out which one's third or fourth.
So
What color was the one that you placed it for?
was red. For
Was red,
bucks,
but it was like a caster. Or
it was a caster. Yeah.
okay.
The kid that got
We have Ella.
third. So
Which kid was
she was
third?
got fourth.
Hers was fourth.
Hers
with
was
the red.
fourth. Yeah.
What's your name?
Rebecca.
Rebecca. Okay.
This was my mini lap.
Okay, and we don't need that one back up here yet.
Oh, we don't?
Not yet. No.
Not yet.
What did I need? Just need us.
We just needed to ask you a
Oh,
question. Yeah.
okay.
We just needed you.
So we have a correction to that class. We all three had this written in a little differently here. So first place did go to Colin. Second place went to Chase Levi. Rebecca actually had received fourth place with the red, and Ella was third place with the blue. Apologize. Okay, ready?
Ready for all this?
Okay, so let's do the classes first.
Yep.
And then these are two senior does.
In our senior doe class, we're going to go with the broken black first. She's got denser fur, more plushness to her fur, and deeper and more compact body type. Our caster is just a bit thin in the coat to try to beat out our broken black today, but both will be getting blues. In our junior buck class, and first we have a rabbit that maybe has thin fur but has the nice body type and has a finished coat, versus our second, we're just very uneven in the fur today, so that's taking away from the points, both with blues. We had one more class. We had a junior doe that was all by herself. She has gorgeous body type, extremely deep, extremely compact, but still showing a baby coat. So far, all blues. Good so far? Blue. Yep. Good. All right, and now for best of breed consideration. While I really like the junior doe, her body type is exceptional. She just doesn't have the fur to compete against her seniors today. Today, our reserve champion is going to go to our senior doe. Our grand champion, our best of breed mini Rex, is going to go to our senior buck based on finish today. So let's give a round of applause for all of our mini Rex exhibitors. Okay, you guys hold on, make sure they got that, and then we'll let you know. Any questions? Got it?
Okay. We'll start bringing up your mini satins. We're looking for 3 mini satins down on this end of the table. Congratulations to Colin Colesrud from the Monona Junior Feeders for receiving champion mini Rex, and then Ballabatten receiving reserve champion with the Lodomella Leaders. Congratulations. We'll bring the 3 mini satins up here on this side of the table, and then we're going to bring the Netherland Dwarves. We're looking for 5 Netherland Dwarves onto the other side of the table.
So he was.
Oh. 3 junior does. All right, well, this one's a buck. No. Do we just want to put it in a buck class or? Okay. Yep. All right, so we got to go with red. Nice body type, but just baby fur. So, don't feel too bad about like the whole wrong sex thing. It probably would have been third anyway, just based on what I'm seeing in the coats. Okay, so I'll leave you right there for now. This one's feeling a little bloaty in the belly, so just make sure it's got some hay to try to pass stuff through. Okay. Sometimes when they stress out, they just kind of bloat a little bit. Okay, this one is a buck also. So this one's also a buck.
You know that one you entered up, or?
That So did you accidentally click doe instead of buck? Okay.
The bucks.
Yeah. Well, we'll look at that one. If they're all bucks, then
Just the
we'll
arm.
just. They're all bucks. So. This one is a doe. Okay. Yep. All right. So with this one, he's got good sheen coming through. It is a little bit long in the body type. Okay. It's still just baby coat, so let him grow, be a little bit older before fair. Okay.
Do you have the tattoo numbers on them?
Well, the doe is MF1.
Okay.
Mine, I think, is
a doe, so
MF3
we're good to go
maybe.
Okay.
there.
Yeah, more than
And then we just need to know which junior buck you place over.
This one would be second.
Okay, and what's
Can
your
you read
name?
the tattoo?
Max is
Okay.
Okay, so here's the good thing, you guys. I know we got like the rest is the wrong gender. This one would have been the first place rabbit anyway. It's got very deep and compact body type. It's got good sheen. It's just the baby coat going on right now. But it still would have beat out the broken black based on body type. Okay, so the good news is the right rabbit still wins. We just got to know how to check whether they're bucks or does. Okay, so I'm happy to teach you of how to do that stuff so you don't make a mistake in the future. All right?
Those should be whites.
Whites. Okay. All right, we have 3 little mini satins. We talked about some different, like, whether they're bucks or does. So if you have questions on that, feel free to see me at the end of the show. So our first placing with the blue is going to go to this little one up here at the top. We talked with the exhibitors privately of what we have to give them. So let's give our mini satin exhibitors a round of applause. Okay. All right. No problem, guys. That happens to adults too.
Okay. So interesting class of mini satins. One of the most important parts of raising rabbits is being able to properly sex the rabbits early on so that you don't end up with more rabbits. And so because this is a computer digital entry process, really shouldn't be an excuse for there being the wrong gender. So we had to hand out 2 whites today. The first and champion, the only doe in the class, was Matt Stitzmans of the Mallory Minks, receiving a blue. And then Max's other entry was actually placing in 3rd with a white. And then Caden Matt's entry was also found to be a buck, so he placed in 2nd, but also had to receive a white ribbon today. So there was no reserve grand champion, just a champion mini satin. I believe we're still looking for 2 Netherlandorf senior bucks from Carter Batten over here. Two senior bucks, senior doe, 2 juniors.
Oh, we do have bucks. Okay, I'll come back.
We can line up the 3 racks over on this end of the table. Right.
Didn't get enough sleep.
Let's just do all these down
Yep.
the line.
Okay, this rabbit's just very thin and fur. We want to have that nice, dense coat. I almost wonder if this is a dwarf papillon that was mismarked. Hey, this one's definitely a dwarf. Just a baby, it needs more time to grow. almost looks like a split penis instead of a doe, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Pretty long and body type, pretty narrow. Ears, we want them to be together instead of crisscrossing. There's also a white spot on the foot. Okay, 2 senior bucks. Like the face on this one. Okay, could use a little bit wider and stronger shoulders so it'd have that natural high head mount. It's wanting to be really low because it's weak and a bit narrow in that shoulder. It's got a nice wide chest, nice round face from all directions, but needs more substance and openness in the ears. Good fur coat today. You do not have a good fur coat today. He is a little bit big. He feels like he's in the weight requirement. He does have some scattered whites going on. A bit narrow in that shoulder as well. Obviously molting pretty bad. Head, we definitely need to be rounder in all directions. Ears are probably a bit too long as well. So, it'll be nice, but okay, so for our dwarfs today, you guys, for me, the only one that's really fitting the breed standard is this one here. Okay, and I want you guys to understand why, right? So we've got the short, round body type. A lot of these other ones are very long and narrow. We also have the nice round face from all directions. The biggest fault on this guy is the ears because they're not, thick. They're very thin and almost pointed ears, but they're the right size, okay? All of these other ones have like borderline DQs on them. I'm going to be nice and put them in the red category today, but just so we're aware, okay? All right, in our Netherland dwarfs, I just talked with the exhibitors in a little bit more detail of what we need. So we want to make sure that we have nice round features. The word round shows up in their standard a lot of times. I think 19 is the count. So round, all things. Okay, our only blue Netherland dwarf today is going to be this otter right here, which automatically makes it our best of breed Netherland dwarf. All our other Netherland dwarfs are going to be getting reds today. There's just enough faults that put them down into the category where, again, to make blues mean something, we have to make sure that we're being consistent with that. So we have our second place senior buck with a red. We had 1 senior doe with a red. We have 2 juniors that'll be getting reds, and our broken tort will be placed over our black today. So let's give a round of applause for our Netherland dwarf breeders. So 1 blue, everything else is red.
Okay, so you have a tattoo on that one. Good. There are 3 wrecks there. Just these are silver markers. So, senior buck, senior doe, junior doe. All right, we're going to be working on judging the wrecks next. And so if we want to start lining up the silver martins, I believe we should be able to fit all of them up here on the table, although there is a large entry of those as well this year. Regarding the Netherland dwarves, we had the first place with the blue and grand champion went to Carter Batten from the Lodamel Leaders. Second place with the red in the senior buck class also went to Carter Batten. In the senior doe division, we had 1 entry also receiving a red ribbon today, went to Kennedy Davis of Starmont FFA. Then we had 2 junior doe entries, both receiving red ribbons. First and second, both going to Kennedy Davis from Starmont FFA. Congratulations.
Nice. Girl, you weren't supposed to molt today.
We have them in front of a fan in an air conditioning building.
Okay, nice deep body type. I love that she starts right behind those ears. She goes nice and deep over the body. I just wish that high point was over the center of the hip instead of the middle of the back. Okay, she's smooth throughout. Decent density of fur. Just is losing a bit on that. She needs a little bit more plushness. What color do we call this?
This is blue otter.
Blue otter, very good. You're just helping.
Yep.
All right, this rabbit has some nice type going on it. Okay, I like that it starts right behind those ears. Okay, it rises up. Okay, it has a nice wide full hind quarter. Again, good density, but it's just soft in the coat. Okay, so when I put my hand on it, it falls through instead of staying, being pushed away. Okay, a bit narrow in the hind quarter as well. All right, we had just one in each class. All three rabbits will be getting a blue in our Rex rabbits today. For me, it's an easy choice. Our best of breed is going to be our senior doe. This rabbit has very nice body type, very deep. Just needs to have that depth go over the hip a little bit more to widen out the hindquarters. But again, when we add the body type and the fur points, it's closest to our 100 points. For me, our reserve today is going to go to our junior. It's just a little bit more correct with the fur structure over our senior buck. The senior buck has just a very, with our Rex, it's a mutation that makes the guard hair and the under hairs be the same length. This rabbit, the under hairs are actually longer, which is creating kind of a wave or a curl effect. So let's give our Rex exhibitor a round of applause. All three of them were to the same exhibitor.
Okay, we still need the Silver Martin Senior Does up here. That we're looking for 5 of those. Congratulations to Colleen Romig of the Lodo Medal leaders for receiving first with the blue with their senior buck, Rex. First place Senior Doe, Rex with the blue. First place Rex Junior Doe, as well as Grand Champion with her Senior Doe and Reserve Champion with her Junior Doe. Congratulations.
Silver Martins allow marbled eyes.
What color are we showing it as? Good catch. No, they don't allow that. Sometimes some judges will just say very poor color. Sure. If you have then if you.
Okay, all right, so with this rabbit, I appreciate, oh my goodness, it's wanting to be a leaner. Okay, with the chocolate color, we would like that chocolate to go deeper down in the skin. It's just wanting to stay on the tip. So try to get that color to go all the way down. Just a bit sunburned or humidity burn right now. I like the overall type, but we did catch that bit of marbling in the eye, okay? All right, is this a senior buck also?
Yep.
Okay. Oh. If there's any rabbit that's gonna cut me open, it's this green.
Yep. They like to stab.
Oh, you know, you're being super dramatic, my guy. Yes. All right, all the right color. It's got the stuff, so we're good. Thank you. Okay. And eye color is good. Okay, nice body type on this one. Super deep, peaks in the right spot. Just doesn't have the fur coat today to be super finished. But yeah, overall, there's a lot of good things going on here with this guy.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
he just needs to shed that coat.
Yep.
All right. Senior buck also? Okay. Was there 5 total?
Nope, 3 senior bucks that were waiting for 5 senior does. But these
Oh,
they all
okay.
have a senior dog too.
Got it, got it. I bet I know who you got these from too. We all know each other. Okay, this rabbit has some pretty good body type too. It's just a little bit flatter in type, but I do appreciate the width and the amount of muscle that this one has. I really like the texture of the fur. The fur is definitely more finished today. Better depth of color in the lilac as well. All right, with our Silver Martin Senior Bucks, we are going to go with our blue today. It's really close between our blue and our lilac for first. For me, the blue does have the better body type. On him is just about the finish today. So the reason I would like to put the lilac first is because it does have that better finish and coat. Today, it's got great muscling, but overall the body is quite flat. In third today, our chocolate, we do have to go with the red. It's got kind of a sneaky DQ in the eye. So let's give a round of applause for our Senior Buck Silver Martins.
Those two winners over here, first place and second place.
Do you have a trophy for that?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We need your Silver Martin Senior Does up here next. Congratulations to Connor Meyer of the Mallory Minks for first place with the blue. Caden Meyer of the Mallory Minks, second place with the blue. And then Isabella Bergen of the Wood Center Eagles, third place with a red.
You good? Yeah. Okay. Sure?
You go right here. You go right here.
And
Great. Good thing I got this one. This one sounds like the other one.
Yeah,
You
but
what?
you're right. In an arbor show, we wouldn't want to do that because you don't want the judge to accidentally place her at it because it knows that sort of a thing. But here, we're not as worried about it. Okay, beautiful time on this rabbit. Just not finished with the fur.
yep, on these, it's just like just line in order.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I'll keep this, you can have the other one. That ain't my rabbit. Then never mind, you can keep it.
Another weird sight, huh?
Yeah, which pot to go to this rabbit?
You go down there, I'll watch it.
Okay. So this is a good example of why you want to make sure to trim your toenails, okay? Because if it was trimmed, then it would be fine, but right now it's mismatched. Okay? So they're all dark, but that one has pigment. It's not a white toenail, but it's mismatched because the tip is white. So to be consistent with what I'm doing today, I have to go red. But just be aware of it. So. And then when you're breeding them, you're just going to want to watch so you don't start popping out some white toenails, okay? Okay. Now, the good thing is this rabbit would have placed under that one anyway based on type. It's just definitely longer, flatter, okay? Good texture to the fur. The brindling could come up the sides a little bit more, so the markings. Just leave her there for now. She's not sick, so if she was sick, I would say yeah. Are you raising all of the varieties? Yeah.
I'm trying to keep going here.
Hey, this rabbit is very long in body type, almost mandolin type. I do like the markings that are coming through. Color, fur is just a little bit on the harsh side. I have to place it above this one.
How's Lost doing over there? Lost, my hen rabbit. Lost, how's my rabbit doing? Name's Lost.
Staying here. I forgot about
Like where? It's his baby. I'm just making sure he's spazzing out.
No, he's being calm. I'm like, no cream.
You get to keep holding for the rest of the
Okay, I want this rabbit to slide down one.
Bye-bye.
All right, here's our order. One red. All right, in our Silver Martins, this is exciting to see a rare breed at a county fair, number one, but it's really exciting to see so many of the breed being represented. So we've got a very nice type Silver Martin that's going to be first with the blue today. As we go down into second, third, and fourth, these rabbits just start to lose on the body type. Our blue is being placed over the black right here. However, some of the markings I want to point out are very muted on that blue, so we want to make sure that they've got the nice bold markings for their breed. At the end today, I have to go with a red because there is a mismatched toenail. So again, something that's written in the standards specifically, all toenails must match. So I do, though, really like the markings, the brightness and boldness of the markings and the fur on that rabbit. Let's give our senior doe Silver Martins a round of applause.
That one stays up there, bud. These two stay there.
Just stay there.
What's the tattoo of the first?
Yeah, get yours going on.
Yep, matches. All right, to round out the day here, we need one Silver Martin Junior buck and two Silver Martin Junior does. In the Silver Martin Senior Doe class, we had first with the blue with Tim Gold, Wood Center Eagles. Second, Isabella Bergen, also receiving a blue from the Wood Center Eagles. We have Connor Meyer with the Mallory Minks receiving a blue. Fourth place, Caden Meyer of the Mallory Minks receiving a blue. And Tim Gold rounded out the class there with the red in fifth place from the Wood Center Eagles.
So far, all that brindling is great. The bright white belly. Good type on this little rabbit as well. Definitely needs more muscle on it though, so again, just kind of watch your feeding program. Try to get some muscle on him, okay? Structure-wise, he's excellent, so now you just got to get the muscle, okay? Gorgeous fur.
Here.
That's one. I assume that's a junior doe. And there's only one junior buck? Yeah. Okay. Another one that's got beautiful color, beautiful markings. Okay, nice type on him too. Based on that muscle line, I have to put him above this one, okay? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Sorry. Junior buck, junior doe, sorry. I caught myself.
This one is. No.
It's a very nice junior doe.
I got it. Keep an eye on it.
Winks. Yes. Okay, and this one it's just a little bit flatter in type compared to our other doe. She's also a bit more bony instead of that nice muscle. So again, just experiment with your feeding programs. Okay, so you get ones that grow fast, but grow fast with muscle. Sometimes if they grow too fast, they don't have the muscle to keep up with them. Okay. All right, they're in order. They're all getting blues. I'll talk about them and then. All right. Again, awesome to see so many silver martins. We talked through both senior classes, right? We've already talked through both senior classes. Nice animals there, but they are going to be beat out today by our juniors based on some finish and condition. Our lone junior buck is going to be our reserve champion of breed, and that's based on some muscle condition. He's got beautiful color, a beautiful coat, great structure, but he's really missing on some of those muscle factors. On our junior doe, our first place will be the best of breed. Beautiful markings, great fur, and excellent condition on this rabbit as well. So silver martins are a beautiful breed, so it was great to see so many of them well represented here. So give our silver martin exhibitors a round of applause.
All right, so we'll need I think how we can do this is we'll just bring
Just
up the
best of
best
breed.
of breed, but then if
Yep.
you
Pick the
feel
first,
that you remember.
need the second.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right, congratulations. Now, if we want to start bringing up we'll just bring up your best of breed from each of the fancy division, not the commercial rabbits, just the fancies, okay? So to round out that there, we have one junior buck entry in the Silver Martin breed. Receiving a blue is Tim Gold of the Wood Center Eagles, also reserve champion of breed overall. And then in the junior doe division, we had two junior does present. Isaac Bergen receiving first with the blue and grand champion overall from the Wood Center Eagles is Isabella Bergen, second place, also receiving a blue from the Wood Center Eagles. Now our judge is going to select our champion and reserve champion Fancy Rabbit. Okay. If we could get the reserve champion Havana back up here as well.
Hand us that trophy, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any others or Colin? Did you want any others reserved up here yet?
No. Just I was just going to give a shout out.
Okay. as our judge is selecting the champion and reserve champion fancy, if you want to go ahead and get your commercial breeding rabbit division champion and reserve up here are ready, and then as well as the meat division champion and reserve. Just have them loaded on deck, and we'll have your selection here soon.
No, I could carry those. The two kids were fine. They weren't that heavy. Out the big door, just right outside the big door.
All right, give a big round of applause for all of our considered animals up here. This is in no particular order. This is just kind of shouting out some of the top rabbits that I'm seeing here today. Again, no particular order. Is our Rex is a really good standout for me today. Our Silver Martin is a really good standout. Our Havana is a good standout. I also brought the reserve Havana back out because that's another one that I felt really stuck out to me as we were going through the fair today. So thank you for letting me take all this time with the kids. I believe that the fair should be a learning experience, not just a place to collect a ribbon. So if you want a judge that makes sure to teach kids as they go along, that's when you hire me. If you want someone that just goes really quick but doesn't talk with the kids, that's when you get someone else. So I hope my comments were helpful to all of you in making your projects, the best that you presented today. Now you know how to grow that project throughout the year and can be improved with whatever your next exhibition is. For me, it comes down to some condition points that decides between our, I know we don't give a award for it, for the honorable mention, for a reserve, and a best of 4 class. For me, my honorable mention today is going to go to our Silver Martin. So honorable mention for a Silver Martin. Our reserve 4 class is going to go to our Rex based on condition. So it's just some fur condition stuff. Our best 4 class today is going to go to our Havana. So let's give our exhibitors a round of applause. There you go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Honorable reserve down here. Okay, congratulations. Really nice rabbit.
Okay, next is Professor Schulte.
You want to bring up those other ones here?
Nope. That one can stay here.
Okay.
Trying to find the exhibitor's name here.
Oh, okay. Is this like a best overall, so it considers the market too?
Yeah.
Nice, sweetie. I remember you.
Okay.
All right.
We need to keep.
Congratulations to Connor Meyer with his Havana champion fancy breed, as well as then reserve champion to Colleen Romig with her beautiful Rex. Now we're going to select your best in show. And do we have the big French lop up here? So we'll need that, the champion, not the reserve champion. So, not that one. Not that one. Yeah. There's a senior doe, broken senior doe. Okay. We're just waiting for that French lop to show up here. Let's give our judge a round of applause here. I think he did a fabulous job. Really gave a lot of comments to the kids. You know, at bigger level shows, maybe don't take as much time to, you know, give as many comments, but I know these kids wait all year round for those comments, and some of these kids, this is their only show of the year. Just know that there are also local, what they call American Rabbit Breeders Association sanctioned shows, and certainly a lot of these animals would do very well on a national level, even though we're just at the little Clayton County Fair. So just know that there's other opportunities with your rabbit project than just showing one time at the Clayton County Fair or the State Fair. Hopefully a lot of you are heading over to the State Fair here next week. If you have any questions for the show committee or the judge, usually we'll hang around here for a few minutes after the show if you're kind of confused on why you placed with the red ribbon or what have you. So without further ado, I don't see the French lap showing up here yet. We'll just wait another couple minutes here. Yep, if there are any volunteers here at the end of the show that want to help us tear down the ring, that would be great. Otherwise, thank you for being patient and getting all the kiddos with the rabbits up here in a timely fashion today. Appreciate it.
Deep body type, okay? That's what we want on most of our breeds, is to have that kind of a shape, okay? You maybe heard me talk about like fur and all that kind of stuff. That's hard, especially when it's Iowa and it's summer and it's so humid and the temperatures are going up and down, right? So there's only so much you can do, right? If you're saying, I want to win the county fair, I want to win the state fair, you know, think about that a couple months ahead of time. Maybe you have one rabbit that's super extra special that you want to have in the air conditioning so it has the best fur for the day of your fair, right? Like that's definitely a technique you can try. And for a lot of you, I talked with you about conditioning, right? When I felt your rabbit, I'd say, oh, it really needs some more muscle on it, okay? So you don't want to switch your feed all the time on your rabbit, so don't go home and do that, okay? But if you have a litter of rabbits that you wean, okay, and then you say, okay, I'm going to put 2 rabbits on this feed, 2 on this feed, and 2 on this feed, and you notice, wow, the 2 rabbits that are on this feed have really good muscle, and the ones on this feed are bad, and this one, it was like one or the other. Okay, well, maybe that feed wasn't good, right? So now you know, okay, I don't want to feed that feed anymore, right? So that can be something you can look at. I know, you're like, I don't want to sit in that box. Yeah, you can Just sit here. It's fine. Oh, I know. Oh,
You need to
looks
stay.
like a neighbor decided to chew you right before you came back out.
What's wrong?
Oh, nice.
What's wrong
I
with
didn't
your
notice it
rabbit?
before. No, it's okay. But these other two will. There's other two that'll beat it. Okay. All right. I just want to say again, it was a pleasure to be back here at the Clayton County Fair. I hope you guys invite me to come back again to sort through all of these gorgeous rabbits. So, again, just like what Zach said, all these rabbits would have been competitive at local ARBA shows, certainly. But there's some here that, again, competitively would have done great on the national level as well. All of these rabbits are the standout rabbits. To me, the reserve and show today is going to go to our Havana. So the best of the four classes are reserve and show. Our best rabbit, closest to 100 points, the beauty queen, is going to be our Flemish giant.
Thank you. Good job. Good job. Thank you.
Name of her here. Madeline Wessels.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, I love having this one.
Check. I have a coupon for the 4-H food stand to eat, and then $2 off at the dairy bar.
The important ones. Sure.
You guys want to go over to that?
All right, our best of show went to Madeline Wessels with her beautiful 6'8" doe, Flemish giant. And then Connor Meyer reserved best in show with his beautiful black Havana. Congratulations.